Greetings, family. I do not know why this IG keep messing with me. IG keep playing games with me, y'all. Well, I told y'all it'll probably end up getting deep like that. Anyway, I'm here. Let's see. Okay. Excuse me, I'm gonna log into my other IG account so I can go live on here too. And then we'll get started. There we go. All right. I'm tired, you guys. I know I've been saying that a lot lately, but I'm tired. All right. Oh. All right. Let's see if that. Okay, great. Okay. Greetings, family. This is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates. And honestly, even though I've been saying that, you know, I'm going to have this book read before the end of the year, which I will, and that I was going to read every day because I wanted to get this book finished. I'll be honest, the only reason I'm reading right now is because I'm procrastinating. Greetings, Paola. No, I haven't. I have not. And honestly, in the beginning, I expected to hear from her, but upon watching a couple more of her lives, I don't anticipate. Oh, shoot. Why can't you hear? That's weird. Let's see. I don't know why you can't hear. It's Shara. That's happened a couple of times. Can you hear me now? All right. I don't know what's going on with IG. Can you hear me now? Ishara, spirits. Let's try this. Okay. Hold on, you guys on YouTube. For some reason, the people on IG cannot hear me, and that don't even make no sense. Let's see. Yeah, that don't make sense. Yeah, I can't see why. Sound, touch sounds, media controls. What about now? Ishara spirits. What about now? Can you hear me now? Ishara spirits, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna have to re-go on to IG. That's so weird. I'm just gonna tell everybody to watch on YouTube because this has happened a couple of times this week. Which is annoying. And now I'm gonna log off IG. That's wild. Maybe I'll try one more time. You shall see. Try one more time, and then I'm gonna leave that mess alone. I don't know what's going on. Let's see. Being used by IG. Being used by IG. Okay. All right. So, okay, great. Okay, so listen. This is really me procrastinating. I've been really, really busy. I've been working a whole lot. I've been, multitasking, making so much jewelry. I have a concert on. I have a jury on Monday, which is like a music jury. So I have to play before. I have to play before the faculty on Monday. I'm taking sitar. So I have to play, I have to perform in front of the faculty of the music department on Monday and be judged by them. And then 2 days later, I have our class concert, and trying to squeeze in practice between filling jewelry orders and doing a ton of massages and other healing work. And then I have 2 events I'm teaching at. I'm so overwhelmed. Yeah, I was like subdued today. When I tell you I didn't get a single thing done today. I was subdued. I didn't get off work until midnight last night. I was subdued today. I had so many plans for shit to do today. And when I tell you, I got up, laid on the couch, got up, fed my cats, laid on the couch, got up, gave myself something to eat. I ate it I don't know, 1 today. And I laid on the couch until about 30 minutes ago. I didn't get shit done. I'm tired. I'm wiped the fuck out. And then yesterday, I got a lot done yesterday. I got a lot of jewelry made yesterday, and I had to work the rest of the night. But I while I was making jewelry yesterday, I was listening / watching YouTube, and greetings everybody. Happy 12/12 portal, by the way. I started watching videos because I had some ideas for future lives I want to do, for future temple services I want to do that are really deep. You understand what I'm saying? So last night or yesterday, I was like, I'll watch a few videos to get some insight on this topic I want to discuss. And was really frustrated because I had to make this jewelry yesterday. I've got to ship these jewelry orders out tomorrow. And so I was really wanting to take notes. It was like I was in a wormhole without being able to be fully in the wormhole because I couldn't take notes. I couldn't stop what I was doing jewelry-wise. And but I'm going to tell you, I'm prefacing this way for a reason. It's not me rambling, and it's not me lamenting about me being tired. That the last few days, hell, the last couple of weeks, really, I've been telling you that I've only done maybe one. I know y'all are more accustomed to me doing astrological kind of preparations and breakdowns, and I haven't done that. But especially now that we're in the 12/12 portal, I want to reiterate, I have over the last couple of weeks, I want to reiterate, be paying attention to your dreams. I did tell you guys last week that that Neptune stationed direct, and Neptune, aka Orisha Olokun, for those who've been paying attention, how I have been trying to juxtapose Greco-Roman mythology to Yoruba Ifa astrology. Neptune is Olokun, and that is the realm. So in Ifa, you have 2 Orisha that are associated with the ocean, with the vastness of the ocean. You have Olokun, who is displayed as a male Orisha, and Yemaya, who is the female Orisha, and their consorts, right? And what is said about these two Orisha that govern the ocean is that Olokun governs the portion of the ocean. So say you're a diver and you're going down into the ocean. The point at your depth at which you can no longer sense sunlight, that is the realm of the ocean that Olokun governs. That Yemaya governs the portion of the ocean where sunlight is still detectable. Sunlight is still, apparent. Okay. And that portion of the ocean, the portion of the ocean where light no longer shows, where sunlight is no longer detectable, is it is representative of the secrets of the ocean, the secrets of the abyss, the depth and the secrets of the ocean floor. And it's interesting. I didn't even think about this till just now because I didn't even intend to talk about this. But as I'm talking about this, I saw an article today that came, not an article, it was on YouTube. It was a news broadcast today, and it was talking about, it was a news broadcast, I guess, of like a panel or like a Q&A panel that was happening at the White House about extraterrestrials, UFOs, and the other names that they call them, like, I forget. But anyway, like UFOs and other types of, supposedly extraterrestrial contact or what have you. And so, like, y'all know, since maybe June, this has been a hot topic at the highest levels of government in the United States, finally admitting that, extraterrestrial life is real and that there are civilizations other than ours and all of this stuff happening, in government panels. Well, today, there was a panel that was talking about, this woman was questioning these three men about, like, what are the different possibilities associated with UFO phenomena or whatever. And one of this, and I'm getting two goosebumps because I swear this was nowhere near what I was going to talk about. But when I started talking about Olokun, and I was going into that to tell you to be mindful of your dreams this week. That was all I was going to get to, is because, the secrets of the deep of the ocean floor is a metaphor for our subconscious. You always see the little picture of the ocean and you got the iceberg on top. That's very, the tip of the iceberg on top is very, that's very small. And then below is this massive iceberg. And you see this image, and the top is supposed to represent your conscious mind. And that which lays below the water surface is supposed to represent your subconscious mind, right? That's all I was getting to. That's all I was going to tell y'all. But this shit just came to me because of what I saw today. So, the specific, and I turned it off after that because I haven't really even been paying attention to this UFO discussion happening at the highest levels of government, because I'm still convinced that shit is a motherfucking distraction, personally. So I heard what I heard and turned it off and didn't think nothing else about it. Wasn't even going to talk to you that deep about Olokun. I was just going to tell y'all, pay attention to your dreams this week. But let me tell you what just happened in this minute. So this woman is asking these men, we've always thought about, this is what she's saying, we've always thought about UFOs and extraterrestrials and stuff like that, within the context of out there, like what's out there. She was like, but what I want to know is, what is the government's position about, and she prefaced by saying, the thing that I think about a lot is the fact that that's still so crazy to me, is that we, as a humanity, as a human society, have only investigated 5% of what lies below the surface of our oceans. We have only explored 5% of the oceans. She said, and I guess what I want to know is what we've been identifying as, quote, extraterrestrials and UFOs coming from out there, coming from outer space. She said, what is the possibility? Excuse me. Let's see. Okay. She said, what is the possibility that what we've been seeing all along has been coming from underneath as opposed from out there? She said, let me clarify. She said, what is the possibility that everything that we've been seeing is coming from that other 95% of the ocean that we have yet to discover? She said, has there ever been, at least where the government is concerned, any evidence of like underwater, extraterrestrial objects that come from out of the water and into the sky? Or, do we know if there are, what is the possibility of there being extraterrestrial civilizations and bases on the ocean floor? That's what she said. This is in a meeting being broadcast via the news that I watched today. This was the questioning that she was asking, like representatives of the White House and of the Pentagon or whatever. The reason that just came to me is because I'm sitting here talking to you about Olokun and how Olokun governs the realm of the ocean yet unseen. Olokun is a representative, and I'm juxtaposing Olokun and Neptune, is a representative of the secrets of the deep, And I told you guys a story not too terribly long ago about one of the stories that I heard that was it is a condomblé interpretation of this relationship between Yemaya and Irenle, and how, short version, because y'all can just go back and watch it, but short version is that Irenle it has a relationship to like Oshosi, and Oshosi is like, you see him as a hunter, right? He lives in the woods. He knows all the plants. He's a healer. He knows all the plants. He governs like herbal medicine, right? And survival in the woods or whatever. And Irenle, one of his primary stories was how beautiful he was. He was so beautiful that both men and women loved him. He was always very well dressed. It was like almost kind of androgynous, right? And how I believe that this is where the story of Narcissus came from in Greek philosophy or Greek tradition, because the story about Irenle was that he would go by the ocean side every day, and to passerbyers it appeared as if he was just obsessed with his reflection in the water, because he would go down to the water every day and appear to be just staring at his reflection in the water, right? Talking to his reflection in the water or whatever. And so the story was that people felt like he was very arrogant. And I always told y'all that story, the mythology about Narcissus never sat right with me, right? It never sat right with me. I felt like Narcissus was not obsessed with his reflection. I felt like Narcissus was water scrying. That's what I thought. And then I heard the story about Yemayan and Irenle, and what passerbyers thought was him being obsessed with his own reflection was that Yemaya was coming to the surface every day. They were in love. And then finally, listen to this, she takes him into the water. So for passerbyers, thinking that he may have, quote, drowned because he was obsessed with his reflection, sound familiar, was actually Yemaya taking him under the water because they had agreed to marry. So she takes him to the ocean floor, and he's amazed by what he sees. He's like, oh my God, I never could have imagined. It's so amazing down here. Oh my God, he's down there. He's just overwhelmed by the majesty of what she's showing him down in the ocean. But he begins to get sad. He begins to become depressed because all of the skills and, all of the skills that God gave him to help humans on the earth's surface, he couldn't do anything with those skills because this wasn't his environment, right? And so he began to be depressed because he was useless down there. And so finally, after some time, he was like, look, I love you, this is amazing down here. He was like, but I can't do shit down here. I can't serve anybody down here. I can't help humanity down here. This is amazing, but I need to go back to the surface. There's a reason that I was sent to Earth, and it was to help human beings. And she was obviously sad, but she's like, I understand. And so she swims him back up to the surface of the ocean. And she said, well, can I have one more last kiss before we part ways? And he was like, yes. And they go and they have this deep kiss. And during the kiss, she bites out his tongue. And he's like crying, and his eyes are bucked up, like he can't believe what has just happened. And she said, look, I love you, and I hate to do that to you. She said, but I cannot afford for anybody to reveal my secrets. That's what she said. I can't afford for anybody to reveal my secrets. I love you, but I get it. You got to go back and do what you got to do, but you can't tell nobody what you've seen down here. That's what made me think about it. So anyway, I didn't mean to get off on that, but it's such a great story. And with Neptune stationing, beginning its direct motion. So the station of Neptune, which began on Saturday, which I was telling you was a big fucking day. Saturday was a big fucking day that is going to reverberate for a very, very long time. So Saturday, Neptune began its station motion to station direct. It will not be fully direct until March 25th, I believe, is the date. So it's going to start its slow movement in direct motion, where it finally becomes fully direct in March. There is so much happening just in the first 6 months of this new year that if we are not constantly paying attention to, you need to find yourself one of these astrologers online that you can rock with and resonate with, because we can't keep being victimized by what we do not know and how to prepare for that. You understand? And astrology is, I'm telling you, every single day that astrology is giving us butt naked insights about how to move forward, because the most of us don't know astrology, don't know how to maneuver our life around astrology. And I'm not talking about some base level shit. I'm talking about the science and the history of the astrological process. Because we don't know, man, we are doomed to repeat dumb shit while somebody else is taking advantage of what we don't know, right? And so it's kind of the thorn in my side, because if I had the time, which I do not right now, if I had the time to do the temple work the way that I want to do it, to create the kind of time that I want to eventually create, I would be learning astrology right now. That's one of the things that just like all I can do for you guys right now is take my limited understanding of astrology, like the mathematics of it, the science of it, and the history of it. And then, so I watch a lot of astrologers, right? And then what I do is take what I am hearing and learning from them, and then making it more applicable to us, because they don't and cannot comprehend our worldview and what these things mean from the perspective of people who are not Greek or Roman. So that's why I'm always juxtaposing between like the Greco-Roman understanding of these astrological movements and significance, and trying to make them more relatable through an African or an indigenous worldview and perspective. And I feel like our mythologies really make this shit more relatable and understandable. So if I had the time to study the way that I want to, if I had the time to learn a new science, then the first thing I would be doing is like full on, I would probably find a mentor. I would be full on learning astrology, but all of it, the science, the mathematics, and the history of it, so that I could more efficiently transfer that information in a way that can win us something. That's what I would be doing, among the million other things I would like to be doing. Like I need to be writing. But anyway, all of that to say, this week, the next 6 months, your dreams, my dreams, baby, my dreams over the last 2 weeks have been unruly and uncharacteristic, and they're always deep, but like seriously deep and profound. Like literally my scalp is tingling as I'm saying that to you. My dreams have been crazy. my waking dreams, like wide awake doing stuff and being paused from like waking dreams, you know, shit is crazy. So what I would encourage you all to do, what I am really fighting to do for myself, is especially for this next week, really until the end of the new year, because not only are we in the 12/12 portal today, we're in a portal process right now today, where today is the 12/12 portal, but that is 3 days out from the last full moon of the year. And then that is 6 days out from the winter solstice, right? And the winter solstice, the approach that I really had planned on doing an event for the winter solstice, but I think that I'm leaning away from that. I really did. 2 weeks ago, I told you, yes, we're going to do something magical, powerful on the solstice this year, whatever. But I am overwhelmed. Okay. So much that I have to do. I'm just overwhelmed, and I had to give myself grace, because I was really in here stressing. Like, I really want to do something incredible and amazing for the winter solstice, but it's just, I don't have a committee locally yet, which is what November 19th was partially about, was beginning the process to build a local committee. I just can't. So that's not something that's going to happen. I want to go ahead and put that out now. I'm not going to be doing something like en masse, like I did for the 19th. I'm not going to be doing anything via Zoom. I'm not going to be broadcasting anything big. I still am going to obviously do ceremony. I want to encourage. So in EFA tradition, which I still do, I still incorporate EFA tradition into my practice, into my spiritual practice. And so what is significant about the solstice in the Ifa tradition is a ceremony that is called Awan, Awon, Awan, which takes place typically on the winter solstice, and it's like representative of like officially closing out the old year and preparing yourself for the new year. And it is a massive cleansing ritual. Massive. Like, it's a big deal, where you are taking the grains. It's like, I forget, you can do 7, 9, I think. What is Babaluaye's number? I think it's 16. You're taking 16 grains and you're putting them in the massive circle, and you are literally methodically going from grain to grain to grain, and you are energetically cleaning yourself off, your whole body. Like, you taking a bath with each grain. You go methodically in the whole circle, and then you throw those grains, the whole group, you throw your grains in a big old bowl, and you bury the grains. So Baba Luaye, I don't want to go there because that wasn't even what I was going to talk about. But so that's my recommendation is, if you are of African descent and are looking for something to do on the winter solstice, my suggestion is to try to identify a local Ile, a local temple, and see if they have an awan that is available for the outside community. Like when my Ile in Florida used to do awan, it was open to the public, but mostly everybody that showed up were godchildren or devotees of that particular Ile. So you may want to find out if there is a local Ile that will allow you to participate in the awan. It is a wonderful way to bring in the new year. Now I'm going to tell you, I do want to say this, because the awan is done in admonition of Baba Luaye. I do want to say this to you, of Baba Luaye. Now, I've talked to you at length about who Baba Luaye is in Ifa tradition. It's important for this discussion about astrology because Baba Luaye is the planet Saturn in regular astrology. Babaloulaye, who is what? The bringer of plague and pestilence. But not only does he bring plague and pestilence, he can heal plague and pestilence. This is Babaloulaye. On the winter solstice, Babaloulaye is asked by the community to protect them from plague and pestilence and to purge them. That's why you use the grains, to purge them, right, from the ails of the past year. Why is this important? Because in Greco-Roman mythology and astrology, Saturn was the god of agriculture, hence the grains, hence using the grains to clean yourself. Saturn was the god of agriculture. Okay, the winter solstice marks the transition from Sagittarius into Capricorn. Capricorn is the Capricorn is the sign ruled by Saturn, which is what? It is the sea goat. It's the sea goat, Capricorn. Okay. Oh shit. Shit. Do I want to go that deep? Fuck. I can't go that deep because I got shit to do. I will just say, okay? So when I had originally started thinking about what to do on the winter solstice, it was partly because, so I was like, yes, we're definitely going to do the Awan. Regardless of what culture you come from, regardless of your background, we are going to incorporate Awan into whatever ceremony I create for the winter solstice, right? And so the reason for Awan, again, and I'm telling you this because I've talked to y'all a lot about how Babaloulaye, how Babaloulaye has shown up over the last several years since 2020. Okay, now that's one thing. That's one aspect of it. But the other thing that I was meditating on a lot, because I was like, I am going to incorporate this into whatever ceremony I create for the winter solstice, is about the fact that in Roman and even it became this word during pagan Roman celebration, but it was called something else before the Romans conquered the Greeks. But that period of time, it's a 7-day celebration where in pagan Roman society, it is a 7-day celebration where the solstice is the peak of the celebration. So what is it? 3 days on the front side of the solstice and 3 days on the back side of the solstice. And this 7-day period was called Saturnalia. This is important. And I swear to you, nowhere near close to what I was going to talk to y'all about, but it's coming in the room right now. So this 7-day celebration of Saturnalia that, everybody had just reduced historically to this, to this debauchery, right? In quote, the worship of Saturn, which is why it was called Saturnalia. But what people don't, because all I hear is like, it was celebrated with sex. They were like grand orgies. This is how you celebrated Saturnalia, right? The problem with that reduction of what the purpose of the ritual was for and why the transition from pagan Rome to papal Rome, the first thing that it did was to destroy this, more than 1,000-year-old celebration called Saturnalia. And everybody gets hung up on the sex aspect of it. But Saturnalia wasn't just celebrated by open sex. Saturnalia was a ceremony that was supposed to equalize the society. So the way that it was celebrated was that people would change places. The quote, poor in society would be admonished and revered in the celebration like the wealthy, and the wealthy would be dressed and move through the celebration like the poor. Another thing that happened during Saturnalia was that annually it was required by the pagan Roman society to absolve all debt. That happened every year. Y'all hear what I just said? That every year when the wealthy and the poor traded places, right? Because throughout the year, the poor and the wealthy did not have any real relationships with one another. You feel me? The wealthy did what they did, the poor did what they did, you feel me? And never the twain should cross, right? Now, all of a sudden, you have this celebration that's supposedly going to equalize the society where wealthy and poor alike can be in sexual relationships with each other for these 7 days, where they change places and the poor get to go and move about and do the things that they normally wouldn't have access to be able to do. And then the sexual union, right, that was going to like concretize this this coming together of the society. And then the last thing that would happen would be the complete absolution of all debt. All the poor's debt would be absolved during this ceremony, and then they would go into the new year. And so that's huge to me. The other thing that happens on December 22nd, so I might just go ahead and say it now, that this is a plan that I do want to plan for next year during the solstice. I've been talking about it for about 3 years, like plotting and scheming and halfway joking about it or whatever. But the 22nd, December 22nd is, let's see, it's international. So the 22nd of this year, or every year of December, is called Global Orgasm Day. So there are 3 recognized, quote, orgasm days. July 21st is International Orgasm Day. Okay. The 8/8 portal, August 8th of every year, is International Female Orgasm Day on the 8/8 portal. And then December 22nd, the day after the winter solstice, is Global Orgasm Day. And I'm like, we need to be tapping into these damn portal days, right? So I'm going to put this out here for next year, that next year we're going to do a 7-day, we're going to do some kind of 7-day event that both honors the winter solstice and Global Orgasm Day. I'm putting that out right now because I'm not going to do anything this year. I'll probably do like a private awan, unless I can find an elay here that has an open awan to do my cleansing ritual for the year, to clean myself off in preparation for the new year. But so I'm saying that now that I'm saying out front that I am retracting the idea that I am going to attempt to create a ritual for December 21st, which is only 9 days from now. I don't have it in me. I just don't have it in me. I don't have it in me. I don't have the capacity to do that. I will say that I am keeping my commitment to begin, and I'll let you guys know what the date is once I talk to the sister who's going to let me start using her property to do the temple services. So that is a commitment that I'm making. It's probably going to be the second week in January that we are going to start having on location temple services at Align Studio, or Align, it's called Align Gallery, where we did the ritual for November 19th. So she was saying I could have the place once a week, and that she is actually going, because it's getting cold here now, she's actually renovating a room for me to use to do that. And then she was saying I could have the place once a week. But right now, she and I are the only committee. She's made a commitment to fully support the temple. And so I just don't know. That's the mission for the first quarter of this year, is to build a local committee. I need a minimum of 7 people locally that are like right the fuck on board for helping me build the temple. Because even when I was doing the on-location temple services, when I first launched the temple 2 years ago, I was using an art gallery in Crenshaw District, which I loved. I loved the space. You know, I love the process. People were coming. pretty quick. It was dope. Like within a month of launching the temple, people were coming to the ceremony, to the temple services regularly. But I was doing everything myself. I had one friend who would come and help me, but days before the event, I was going to clean, I was going to mop, I was doing the setup. Because we were holding the temple services in an art gallery, I was literally going around trying to find artists who would be willing to hang their art in the gallery for the service so we could promote them, that kind of shit. Finding musicians. It was a lot. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to repeat the bullshit of my past where I'm multitasking and wearing so many motherfucking hats that I'm see-through. I'm not going to do that. I need a committee. And so once the new year, after the new year, I'm going to say safely the second week in the new year, I'm going to start having on-location temple services so that local people can start. And I will still be broadcasting live. I'll still be streaming the temple services the way that I did before. And so if I do something weekly, what I'll probably do is temple services, live temple services twice a month. And then the other maybe last February. But with the book club, it was the same kind of idea. Instead of, quote, just focusing on one book. Yeah, we were focusing on one book, but we were calling it, like a temple study, because I would still go back and forth between other books and make other connections that we had, that we could make through other books that we've read. So I'll probably do something. People have been asking me a lot lately, like a lot, out of nowhere, to reinstitute or re-implement the book studies. So I think one of the biggest issues with that, not even issues, one of the biggest contributing factors to this, the first prophetesses of Mami Wata and this right now today, and all of those books are I think well over a year. I think I read the Sibyls 2 years ago. All of those books I read a long time ago, but those 3 books are still what what draws the most traffic to my channel. And so that's what I think I'm going to do is I will have live temple services with ceremony, with ritual twice a month. And then the other 2 weeks of that month have temple study, where what I'll do is the same way I was facilitating book club before. So I would beforehand tell you what chapters to read or what sections to read, what sections we were going to focus on. And then formulate questions. That was a requirement for everybody participating in the book club to formulate a minimum of 1 question and optimally 3 questions about the read so that we could actually discuss the read and people talk about what they got from the read and, and compare and contrast and that kind of shit. So that's how we're going to I'm going to reinstitute the temple studies, and that'll happen in January as well. But I just had to be really honest. And I've been kind of down about it, to be honest, because I really understand the significance of this year and what we've moved into as a consequence of Pluto making its greatly anticipated transition into Aquarius on working 60 hours a week, trying to generate a groundswell, have a place to live and all of that shit. So I just had to just really face my own personal limitations this week and just honor what my capacity is from now until the end of the year, because the month is half cliff. So significant. I did a whole live, I don't remember which one it was, but I was talking about how, because I have a Capricorn moon, this was several months back I don't know, maybe March or some shit, where I was having this real, because I have a really deep and fickle and frustrating relationship with money. And it's a thing that I have always struggled with, and I've always been self-deprecating about my relationship with money, that somehow my relationship with money was an inherent weakness on my part that I just could not way through. So I was having some deep struggles about, you know, the shit that we have struggles about. Like, how am I almost 50 years old and I don't own a house yet? And there's nothing in my life indicative of, the benchmarks set up by society as definers that you have finally grown up, or you are a functioning, member of society as a grown up, or whatever the fuck. And so I've been really, beating myself up, my Virgo self, beating myself up about and struggling with my Capricorn moon. Like, look, all the fuck ready. You know what I'm saying? Like, can I have this baked through? Motherfucker, look, you know what I'm saying? I got 4 goddamn degrees. And if genius is supposed to be, because that's what we always told, you know what I'm saying, is that genius is the thing that, you point to, as one of those things that give you closer proximity to wealth. Knowing that shit is a motherfucking lie from hell. However, that's the shit that we accept. And that's why it's so easy for us to default the term genius on oligarchs and wealthy white men. We just assume that they genius because they got so much money. Not that they are stupid and that they have just perfected the craft of theft and robbery. No, that ain't it. Right? But whatever, I digress. So I've been in here really beating myself up about my relationship with money and why my life is not indicative of the gravity of my goddamn genius, the gravity of the contributions that I've made to other human beings, right? And so I'm in here meditating with myself, meditating with the mother, like, I need you to make this shit plain. I need you to make it crystal clear. I need you to make it easy for me to understand what am I missing in my relationship with money, and this Capricorn placement in my life, what is it supposed to be teaching me, right? And that's how I got on that whole long deep dive in whatever past live that was in, about the voice that I heard that said, you see Saturn differently. You have to see Saturn differently. And I was like, the fuck? And so I just Googled, when I heard that voice loud and clear, you have to see Saturn differently, right? And so I Googled story or Saturn as female, or stories of Saturn as female. And it sent me into this wormhole about the pre-patriarchal identification of Saturn as great grandmother crone, right? And it blew my mind. It blew my mind, actually, is what it did. Oh shit. Hold on. God damn. Hold on. I don't want to forget this. Oh my God. Hold on. Oh shit. Oh. Does somebody remember, there was a movie, what was it called? It was weird. Like, when I first saw it, because I didn't have a certain worldview, it fucked me up. It was called Witch, I think. I think it was called Witch, but it was like spelled with like 2 V's. Like, instead of a W, it was 2 V's next to each other. It was about the Puritan family and the little girl that and the black goat. It was a Puritan family that somehow got excommunicated from the village or whatever. And the focus was how the whole family was thinking that the little girl was somehow like evil or something, or becoming evil, because the little baby got like disappeared. Y'all remember that weird ass fucking creepy ass movie? Let me write that down. Oh, hold on, ho. Shit. Oh, that's it. Oh, fuck, it's like, listen. Oh, okay, so listen. The moment, and I'm address what you're talking about, Tajali, because it just came up. Okay, listen. So Saturn, all right. And again, this is the reason I gotta figure out a way to free up my life so I can learn astrology. But okay, Saturn, right? We know that Saturn governs Capricorn, right? I was watching. I tell y'all, one of the astrologers that I watch, I forget this guy's name, but his YouTube channel is called Astrology Report. Astrology Report. He actually did a video months after I talked to y'all about like my deep dive into Saturn as female. He actually did a video on, could it be possible that Saturn was actually a feminine planet as opposed to a masculine planet? Oh, fuck. Hold on. Listen. Okay, so this is the thing. So if you're looking at the astrological table, right? The astrological chart, right? So the winter solstice is when we transition into the sign of Capricorn. That's why the ceremonies that are indicative of whether it's the worship of Saturn or in Ifa tradition, the worship and admonition of Babaluaye, the god of agriculture. Holy shit. Hold on. Oh, fuck. We might need to go back to whoa. Listen, we might need to go back to the Great Cosmic Mother. But anyway, let me not get off too far. All right, look. So we transition into Capricorn right on the winter solstice, right? And this this admonition, because again, from the summer solstice to the winter solstice is the foreshadowing of, because what is the summer solstice? It's the longest day of the year, right? And from the longest day of the year, the sun, the days get shorter, and from the winter solstice, from the summer solstice on, the days begin to get shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter until the shortest day of the year, which is the winter solstice. Okay. So your equinoxes, your spring equinox and your fall equinox or autumnal equinox are your 2 days of the year where the day and the night are equal. Your solstices, your winter solstice and summer solstice, is the longest day of the year and the shortest day of the year. Okay. And each foreshadows through allegory and through mythology what is about to transpire in the movement between the seasons. Okay. Those seasons are identified, if you're looking at the astrological wheel, in the cross that's inside the wheel. Okay. So you've got the cross inside the wheel, and those sections represent your seasonal changes. And the astrological signs within each pie slice of the chart, there is a story that is indicative of all of the things that are happening in that particular season. These are mythologies and allegories to explain what is happening in our environment during these seasons. Okay. Now, Saturn. So the thing that this guy was talking about, an astrology report that I was telling you about, I don't remember but it was like Saturn as female or something. That might be the title. So like YouTube it. But what he was talking about, which I didn't know until that point, was that the anomaly about about this particular period, our transition from Capricorn to Aquarius, because the following sign is Aquarius. Okay. The transition from Capricorn to Aquarius is an anomaly because it's an anomaly because it is the only place in the zodiacal wheel where two houses are side by side and share a planet. Saturn rules both Capricorn and Aquarius. Saturn rules both Capricorn and Aquarius. Okay, so what does this look like? You have an earth sign, and then right next to it on the zodiacal chart, you have this air sign, right? These are opposite, very opposite kind of characteristics, an earth sign into an air sign, both governed by the same planet. Okay, and so okay, let me look at these notes that I just took down maniacally. Okay, so you're talking about the sea goat. Okay, so the sea goat. Okay, so let's talk about Saturn as female first. Okay, which would make sense. It would make sense that Saturn was a female planet for a number of reasons. First, because Saturn, Capricorn, is an earth sign. And that planet that governs that earth sign, Saturn, throughout antiquity has been seen as the god of agriculture. But what does Barbara Moore say in The Great Cosmic Mother? She said that agriculture, from the beginning of human history till today in a lot of countries, has always been seen as the domain of women. Everywhere. Right now, who is it that governs cattle, and who is it that governs, quote, the marketplace that's directly tied to the agricultural products? That which comes from agriculture is the women govern agriculture in Africa, all over the continent. And then the women take the proceeds from their harvest and then take it into the market to sell it. Hence, women owning the marketplace in Africa, right? Barbara Moore talks about it in The Great Cosmic Mother much deeper, because she uncovers the story of Cain versus Abel as a transition. Cain, who is the proverbial bad guy, right? The story of Cain and Abel is she says it is I don't want to misquote her, but she says it is a hint to this transition from the matriarchal societies to the patriarchal societies. Why? Because Cain was an agriculturalist and Abel was a hunter. And when they were both told by, quote, God, the Father God, Yahweh, I need both of you to take from what you do to make an offering to me. And Abel makes a blood offering of the ritual sacrifice of an animal. And Cain takes the products from his labor on the land and makes an offering. And he gets angry because God rejects his offering and accepts Abel's offering. You heard? He rejects the offering of Cain, who represents the dying matriarchal society, and accepts the offering, the blood offering, the ritual sacrifice offering made by Abel. Cain gets jealous because he has been rejected by this God that he has been worshiping. And so he slays his brother. And for slaying his brother, he is sent out into the world. Now, as far as they know, they're the only people on the earth to live in abysmal isolation, right? To be not heard from again, right? The disappearing, the complete removal from human consciousness and memory, the complete removal of the last evidence of the matriarchal society in this story in Cain and Abel. That's what she talks about in The Great Cosmic Mother. Well, okay, fast forward. We're still talking about Saturn. We're still talking about this relationship between, and also the goat in society, in human society, in pre-patriarchal society was highly revered. The goat was a sacred animal. Why? Because the goat was a horned creature, and horned creatures were the most sacred because their horns supposedly were a representation of the mother moon, right? Their horns would come up, and any horned animal was made sacred because of them being perceived as having the most sacred relationship as their personification of the mother moon. Okay? Right. So in the transition from matriarchal society to patriarchal society, the goat becomes vilified. The goat becomes the antithesis of the lamb, right? The lamb is now made sacred, and the goat is synonymous with evil. Why? Because the goat is a remnant of goddess worshiping societies. That's all, right? And so the goat is made evil, right? That's why I mentioned this fucking movie, The Witch, is because I've even watched breakdowns of the quote meaning of this movie and why the only animal that they have on their land, these Puritans, is a black goat. And they keep making these connotations that somehow the black goat is the devil and he is like seducing the girl to the evil side, you feel me? So it couldn't even be a white goat. It had to be butt naked. It had to be a black goat because black is synonymous with evil, right? And so, what? Okay, so the goat is significant in this the sea goat. Okay, and so the water of the sea goat. So, I read this story recently about why about the mythology about how the goat became half goat and half fish or some shit like that. I can't remember specifically, but there was a whole weird mythology about the goat and its significance, because who else is a goat in these traditions that is very significant and has been from matriarchal society to patriarchal society transformed from good to evil? Who else? Anybody in mythology? Who else is a goat? Who else is a goat in mythology that was transformed from good to evil? And he was primarily defined by his sex lust. That was how he was primarily defined. Anybody? Pan, the satyr, half goat, half man, the satyr, right? And so Pan, yes, thank you, Claudia Ankra. Pan. And so Pan is always, the story of Pan is always that he is just sex crazed, walking around the world, playing the flute, you feel me, or playing the satyr, which is like the I think that's what it's called. It's called a satyr. It's like a little, it's like a harp. It's like a hand harp, right? Making music, right? But Pan was a consort of the god Dionysus. Dionysus is, so Saturnalia, I remember. So Saturnalia, before it was called Saturnalia, after the Romans conquered Greece. Before it was Saturnalia because they ended up calling fuck. If I forget how the story goes, but Saturnalia. Oh, so Saturn is the god that that Dionysus became. So Saturn is the god in Rome that gave rise to this ritual called Saturnalia to celebrate, the winter solstice. Okay. Before Saturn was Saturn, in Greek mythology, before conquered by Rome, Saturn was Dionysus. Saturn was Dionysus. Okay. Well, who was Dionysus? The god of wine. Well, they called him the god of wine. But he actually was much deeper than that. He was the god of ritual madness or sacred madness. He was the god of ritual or sacred madness. That the only way to be, this is what he taught, the only way to be able to communicate with God was through ritual madness. Madness was seen as divine. Okay. His consort was Pan, was the satyr. Okay. He was the satyr. He was the half goat, half man. The reason that this is important is because you will find now a ton of information. Thank you, Java Watson, for the donation, dear. I wonder how do you post this? There should be a way. I haven't figured it out yet. There's so much I still haven't figured out about freaking YouTube. But anyway, thank you, Java Watson, for the donation. What was I saying? Okay, so before the Romans conquered the Greeks, these ceremonies were the same because the worship, the cult of Dionysus, was defined by these massive celebrations that were ritual orgasms, mass music. And so Pan would come into the place, turn up with his music. You feel me? He'd be playing the thing, right? So you've got the music, you've got the wine, and the wine wasn't, quote, just wine. The wine was what do you call it? The wine was like a decoction. So those of you who are herbalists and who know the different methods of ways that you can use herbs, right? You have decoctions that you can use water, or you can use wine, like plum wine, right? Or you can use alcohol to extract the medicinal properties, or you can use honey to extract the medicinal properties from the herbs. Well, so these wines that everybody keep talking about, they weren't just like we just turned up drinking wine, we getting lit. The wine was the base for mushrooms. They were using psychedelic mushrooms, and wine was the method that they were using to decoct the psilocybin from the mushrooms. They would drink the wine to deliberately go into ritual madness. The three components necessary for ritual madness, as celebrated or as used by Dionysus, was the psilocybin, the psychedelic, the music, and ritual orgiastic sex. What they were calling just people was just crazy in the woods, just having sex. It was not that. It was ritual orgiastic sex. This whole thing was a ritual. The taking of psychedelics, the playing of spiritual music, and ritual orgiastic sex to ensure that the most powerful, which was who? It was the female, quote, devotees of Dionysus, the Maenads, right? To ensure that the most powerful could be completely, where the spirit of the goddess could completely inhabit these women who had opened themselves up to ritual madness, to spiritual madness, right? This is why, so I don't want to get this deep because it wasn't even close to what I was going to talk about, but this is why they talked about how there's so many YouTubes that you can find about it, right? But like when they talk about how Dionysus, how Jesus Christ, right? The story of Jesus Christ is a blatant ripoff from many other son saviors of the past, right? Like Krishna and so on. Dionysus is one of them. And so they say that when this ritual that the Catholics do, the fucking sacrament, right, where you drink the blood of wine, you drink the blood of Christ, right, and then you eat the body of Christ in the little wafer and shit, that this is a direct theft of the ritual of Dionysus that took place during the winter solstice, when they were talking about in the stories that you read about Dionysus and how, quote, the women were driven mad, and whenever they would be driven mad, they would they would rip Dionysus apart and eat his body, right? And we're like, oh my God, this pagan shit is crazy. You feel what I'm saying? That this story is a metaphor. The story, the metaphor is that the, quote, body of Dionysus that they rip apart and consume, that the psychedelic mushrooms used in ceremony at that period in human history, the psychedelic mushrooms were actually known as the body of Christ, the body of the Savior. The mushrooms were called the body of Christ. This is thousands of years before Jesus, by the way. This is 1,500 years before Jesus. This story, right? And so what they were calling, quote, the body of Christ was not the literal, because we take mythology so literal. So people hear, oh, they would eat men, they was cannibals, and they would eat men when they go mad. You feel me? And so no man could go into the woods because them crazy bitches would be eating men because they ate their own deity. They ate Dionysus. You feel me? This is the horror story told to further demonize women, okay? That the body of the mushroom was called Christ, or the body of Christ. He who brings light, the body of Christ, the mushroom. He who brings light, the illuminator, the mushroom, the body of Christ. And so here, fast forward later, you do sacrament, you feel me? And you, quote, drink the wine as the blood. Is that not what I just told y'all they did with Dionysus? That in order to be illuminated, in order to be enlightened, they would have to drink this wine that was used to decoct the medicinal properties of the sacred mushroom called the Christ, or he who illuminates. They would drink the wine and eat the body. And then from there, they would become enlightened. How? Through experiencing sacred ritual madness. You understand? And then, as the Romans had historically done, they would conquer a people, and instead of eradicating from existence their, and my dad used to tell me this story when I was a kid, and it didn't have any context, but he used to tell me the story as a kid, and he was a super Christian, but he used to tell it from a Christian perspective. The reason we don't celebrate Christmas and the reason we don't celebrate Easter is because they pagan holidays, and the Roman Catholic Church had a bad habit of whenever it would conquer some people to keep the people from rebelling against the empire, he would just absorb certain aspects of their ceremonies and rituals to appease them, to keep them quiet, to keep them from rebelling. And so Rome ended up absorbing into itself, into its empire, the people that it conquered, and say, I'll appease you by just letting you, we'll celebrate, this thing that y'all always do, but instead of calling it a ritual to Dionysus, we'll just call it, a ritual to our God who looked just like your God, Saturn. You feel me? And this was how people were pacified in a way to, and then they became, Roman citizens and shit like that. And this was the way that Rome, ended up being able to build its empire without a lot of resistance, right? Okay, so this is the story. Now, in this story, Greek story of Dionysus and ritual madness and and ritual orgiastic epiphany and shit like that becomes Saturnalia once the Greeks are conquered by Rome. In this story, Dionysus, the hype man for the ritual, right? The hype man for the ritual is Pan. The hype man for the ritual. The hype man for the ritual celebration of the god of agriculture, Dionysus, aka Saturn. The turnip man is the animal that has always been a like a necessary like not necessary, but like the goat has always been seen as an intimate part of the agricultural process. In some stories, the goat was the very first animal that women domesticated. So the goat has always been seen to have this very close relationship to the image of the goddess, is because it was this animal that, one, was very intelligent, and two, played a major role in the agricultural process way before cattle. Okay? So Pan in the worship of Dionysus is what? The god of music and sex. That's what Pan is. The god of music and sex. Okay? And he encourages the use of music and sex in the worship of his consort, which is Dionysus, in his leader, which is Dionysus. So the use of music and sex, oh, fuck. To the use of music and sex to what's the word I'm looking for? The use of music and sex to, or as the progenitor, if you will, as the instigator for the necessary descent into ritual madness that is required to allow the goddess to inhabit the body of females. That's why all the devotees of Dionysus were female, because there was an acknowledgement, and I told y'all this in the piece that we did on resurrecting sacred prostitution, that it was seen that women had a deeper connection to the goddess that made it possible for them to easily inhabit the spirit of the goddess, so that she could communicate to men through them, right? And that almost on the opposite vein, that you hear stories even in goddess worshiping societies where male priests and eunuch priests, the only way that they could achieve that same openness to the goddess was through what? Consuming ambrosia. What did I tell you ambrosia was? The nectar of the gods. What did I tell y'all ambrosia was? Ambrosia was a mixture of women's menstrual blood and female ejaculate mixed together, and the priest would consume it, and it would activate once they drank it, and it hit the top back of their throat, the soft palate. This is the place where it would penetrate the pineal gland of the male priest, so that they too could experience possession by the goddess. That was the only way that they could experience what women were able to experience naturally, right? I'm saying that because so Pan is half man, half goat, as the perpetual spiritual hype man for the instigation of ritualistic madness for the cult of Dionysus, which was female, the Maenads, right? Rome conquers, amalgamates the story, like absorbs the story, but just in typical Roman fashion, clean the edges up a little, change the names, you feel me? Take some aspects of the story, leave some aspects of the story out. All right? So Dionysus becomes Saturn, the god of agriculture, who is celebrated annually, because once you go into the winter solstice, on the day of the winter solstice, this is why is the god of agriculture celebrated in the middle of winter, at the beginning of winter, right? On the winter solstice. It ain't gonna be warm for about 4-5 months. You feel me? In Europe, why is the god of agriculture celebrated on the day of the winter solstice? Is because, again, this is a foreshadowing. The winter solstice is the shortest day of the year. And from that day forward, right, the days get longer and longer and longer and longer and longer and longer, foreshadowing the coming of the spring, or quote, the resurrection of the sun, which is celebrated on the spring equinox, the first day of spring. The reason I'm saying this is because Dionysus is one of the pre-Christian gods, of scores of them. There's scores of them, but he is one of the most significant pre-Christian gods through which the Jesus Christ story became. Dionysus is Jesus. Dionysus was the Christ of Greek philosophy. That's why all three of them are celebrated. That's why we celebrate Christmas on the 25th. We celebrate Christmas, quote, as the birth of Christ, but this is a telling of a story. That's why we celebrate it the same way the pagans did. We, decorate trees, we exchange gifts, you feel me? The only thing we don't do is have the orgiastic rituals. You feel me? We don't have orgies. But the story of Jesus, and this story is supposed to represent his not only his birth, and then we celebrate the death and resurrection in Easter. But the death and resurrection actually happens on the winter solstice, where when the sun on the shortest day of the year appears dead on the shortest day of the year, and then it shifts 1 degree in the opposite direction, foreshadowing its resurrection, its complete resurrection on the spring equinox, right? And so Dionysus is Jesus. Okay, now, so why is this deep? Why is Pan significant? Because if Dionysus was Jesus, then where the Romans were concerned, and the other thing, the reason I asked why is all of these celebrated on the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year, is because this is the day that they know that in just a couple of months they're going to be able to sow their seeds. That's why the god of agriculture is celebrated on the 21st, is because that day is the day that they all recognize is like, oh, okay, whoo, finally we at this point, after since the fall equinox or the autumn equinox, where the days have been like, the equinox is like that halfway point, and the days get sharply shorter and gloomier, and is preparing us for hibernation and all of that shit, right? On the winter solstice, which is the first official day of winter, but the first official day of winter is the foreshadowing day that lets them know that get ready, because in just 3 months, the spring equinox, it's going to be time to plant your seeds, agriculturalists. So rest up, party on this day, turn up, do what you got to do, because the next few months you need to be chill. You need to be sleeping longer. You need to be building up your energy to get ready for the spring equinox, which is going to be the day that lets you know this is the day you need to start dropping your seeds in the ground. You feel me? Okay, that's why I mentioned that. But go back. Damn, I didn't mean to do this. But anyway, go back. So Dionysus. And the reason this is significant, another reason, is when Rome conquered Greece, and I told you how they be cleaning up the edges and changing shit a little bit, but keeping the crux of it to keep people from rebelling. What happened to Pan in this transition from Greece to Rome? He was bottom half goat, top half man, flute, turnip guy. Rome conquers Greece and literally absorbs all of their stories. Don't even change their characters or nothing. Just changes all their names. And what was Pan, as a remnant of the necessity of the goat and goddess worshiping agricultural societies, becomes the sea goat, who is now top half goat, bottom half fish, This is an indication, this top half goat, the seen portion is the top half goat, the bottom half fish, when they tell the story of the sea goat talking to this maiden, like the maiden is up on the land and the sea goat is talking to the maiden, and she cannot see that his bottom half is a fish. Okay? She can't see that his bottom half is a fish. She can't see that his bottom half is a fish. And this is significant in the story. The fact that all she sees is a goat, but she can't see the bottom half as a fish. This is Capricorn. Why is this significant? Because I haven't read this anywhere, but just sitting here, like obviously channeling or whatever. This transition from pagan Greece to pagan Rome, stealing the story of Dionysus, the savior, the salvation in both traditions, right? They changed the Pan, who is an essential image in the Greek mythology, from half man, half goat, able to facilitate ritual madness through ritual music and sex. Now, this Pan image under Roman mythology becomes upper half goat, lower half fish. And I believe that this was a precursor to the Piscean age. This was a precursor into the entry of the Piscean age. That's what I think, which was hidden, which was invisible, which was unseen and invisible, right? Okay. So that's the he-goat thing, right? That under Rome, we were slowly entering into this Piscean age that was going to be defined by secrets and mysteries and those things that could not be seen below the surface of the water. You hear me? This was a precursor because it is Rome and its conquest of the world and its subsequent transition. This was the last period solidified. Holy fucking shit. This is a download. Y'all are witnessing in real time. Woo! Listen. This is also because Rome is what gave the world Christianity. But Rome was pagan. This story of the he-goat who is talking to this maiden who is standing on land, and all she can see is this goat, you feel me? But she cannot see that his lower half is fish. Why? Is it just a random change in the story that they made? Like, why would they do that? Why would they just out of nowhere just change the story? And what was significant about them changing the Pan to the he-goat? You feel me? It is because Rome, pagan Rome, and its transition from pagan Rome to papal Rome is what gave us, it did two things at the same time, simultaneously. It was the final nail in the coffin of the remnants of all goddess worshiping societies. This is the goat. And our transition into patriarchal societies represented by the transition from pagan Rome into papal Rome. The fish is who? Who is the fish? Who is the fish? Who is the fish? Somebody. Who is the fish? Anybody? Who is the fish? I ain't asking no trick question. Who is the fish? The fish is Jesus. Thank you. The fish is Jesus. The fish is Jesus. So Rome was literally in this domination of Greek society, right? Changing all of the stories, but recognizing what it was about to do. Because this isn't some epiphany that just occurred. Yes, it is also Pisces. Pisces is the age of Jesus, and it's replete throughout the New Testament. Jesus meets two fishermen. You feel me? He feeds the multitudes with two fish. He feeds the multitude with two fish. What does that mean? If it's not a literal story, what does it mean to feed the multitudes with two fish? What do the two fish in the Pisces mean? Does anybody know that? What do the two opposing fish in the Pisces, connected by a red string. What did the two fish represent? Yes, that is true. The two fish represent the yin and yang. But more than that, what did the two fish represent? The story that I started off, this whole diatribe that I had no intention of going into, the whole diatribe that I started on. The story of, which was supposed to be a short intro of me telling you to get yourself on game so you can pay attention to your dreams, because something deep was going to come from them. And this is why, because Neptune just stationed and is attempting its direct motion, blah, 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 right? Neptune being who? Olokun. Olokun being who? He who represents the secrets of the deep, the secrets, the hidden, the unknown, the unrevealed of the lower portion of the lower firmament of the ocean, where sun does not penetrate, and Yemaya, the opposing fish, representing the portion of the upper firmament of the ocean where sun still penetrates. The upper and lower firmament is the opposing fish. The reason that this is so deep is because y'all know, like, Pisces people tend to be crazy, right? Why y'all say that? They seem to have split personalities disorder. Why y'all say that? It is because it is a representation of the dual nature of the opposing fish, the upper firmament and the lower firmament, right? The upper portion of the ocean where sun still penetrates is the scene. When you dive in, and you dive in still in the portions of the upper firmament, you can still see the fish, and you can still see all the things. You feel me? You dive in and you can still see. You can still see it. And so that upper portion, the upper firmament of the ocean, is Jesus's personification. Isn't that right? Jesus presents in the world as loving and peaceful and, and sacrificial. Everything he does for the benefit of the whole, of the group. And it's all based in just this massive love that God, as his son, had for humanity. This is what you see. This is the upper firmament. But the lower firmament of the Piscean age is the intentions and the truth and the mysteries and the depth of that which is hidden from the population, hidden from the world, hidden because it is not to be seen but by the initiated few, the worthy few. That's why the age of Pisces is Jesus's personification. Like this split personalities disorder that we all have. Well, the religions, are good because everybody just talk about love and enlightenment and this and this and this and this and heaven and all of these things. But if all the religions, all the major religions are good, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Catholicism, Buddhism, Hinduism, and everybody talking the same shit about enlightenment and peace and harmony and bliss, why the world fucked up? If every major religion on earth is talking about goodness and happiness and peace and shit, why the world fucked up? It is because of the dual nature of this institution, that what you can see is what is meant for you to see. And then the lower portion, which is why I'm convinced this story about Yemaya and Olokun is what it is. Yemaya governs that portion of the ocean, that bountiful portion of the ocean where sunlight penetrates. She governs. And that's why it had to be the she. She is like the loving mother. Whenever you see images of Yemaya, what does she say? The mother of fish. It's a allusion to her bounty, right? And so she's always pictured as the mother of fish, half woman, half fish, right? And she's always presented kind of like a big mama type. She got titties, and she can nurse the multitudes and provide for the multitudes and all of this stuff. And so that's why Jesus had to represent in that personification the upper firmament. Jesus as almost androgynous. Jesus as having the characteristics that we typically associate with feminine aspects. the loving, the nurturing, the caring, the sacrificial. We talked about this in this book that I'm supposed to be reading to y'all right now. That this personification of Jesus, if God was a tyrannical, genocidal lunatic in the Old Testament, then why would his son be this genteel? I just want to bring everybody into the fray. I just want to love everybody. And I love humanity so, so much that I, as God, am willing to give my life for the whole of the multitude. Why this deep antagonistic story where God the destroyer, God the tyrant, God the punisher, God the disciplinarian, God the vengeful. He said, I'm a vengeful God. I'm a jealous God in the Old Testament. Now, all of a sudden in the New Testament, he has to birth himself through the body of a virgin in order to be good, in order to be nice, in order to be gentle, in order to... No, that story was meant for women. That story was meant to help women identify still with the need for a male savior. And most women can't relate to the motherfucker in the Old Testament because he was so terrible. So there's like, look, we got to flip the script. You feel me? We got to keep these women in check. And so this becomes the scene of the upper firmament, of the upper fish, right? But the lower fish, the unseen, the mysteries, the deep, the dark, the hidden, the unseen, that is only for the select few who have been chosen to go down into its depths, is governed by Olokun, by a male deity. You see, right? And so, where was I going with that? Oh, so this is why, because when you look at the transition from pagan Rome and the pagan practices of the pagan practices of Rome, and then supposedly the story is one day Constantine was in a battle. They was at war. You feel me? Doing what they do, conquering other people. You feel me? And they at war, and the story is, at least how Christians tell it, is that he had an epiphany one day. He had a waking vision in the height of bloody battle. And in this vision, he saw the cross. And then in the height of battle, he demanded that his soldiers take their blood and put crosses on all the flags, paint crosses on all the flags. And this moment was when Constantine gave his life to the Lord. He became Christian in that moment. You feel me? Winning the battle in the name of Jesus. You feel me? Now I'm gonna tell you this. There's a reason I had to tell you this story. I'm recognizing it now. I saw last week a news broadcast about the Pope, about Pope Francis. And I made a mental note. I was like, okay, this is a day we have to do something, right? And I know this is why I'm telling y'all this story. The Pope is going to, I forget the name of the city, but the Pope is making plans right now to go to the city to in May. He is going to the city in May. I will get the details. I will get the information. And that's cute. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Leger Snyder. He had a vision. Anyway, he has a vision. The Pope is going to this city. I forget the name of the city. I'm going to find out, because this day we're going to do a ritual. God damn it. This is in May. That the Pope is making plans to go to this city in May to mark the, I forget how many years. I forget how many years. Was it 1700 years? Maybe my math is off. I'm sure my math is off. Let's see. We are in the year 2024. I forget how many years he said. Maybe it is 1700. I think it is 1700. I think it is 1700. He is going, listen to what I'm telling you, because we have to do something. In May of 2025, the Pope is doing an event. This thing that he just did with Notre Dame, this big ass ritual that he did at Notre Dame, we got to get into that, because I feel like it's a foreshadowing because of what I heard a few days later. He's going to this city, and this city is where there are, I'm assuming this city is the current location of what used to be Nicaea. He is going to this city to celebrate, I think they said the 1700th anniversary of the first Council of Nicaea. And if nobody else on this feed is shook and shocked and let me know that you understand the significance of this, I got a problem. I got a problem, and it might have to end up being the source of every single live that I do from now until the end. The Pope is organizing an international event celebrating the 1700th anniversary of the first Council of Nicaea in May. Every single person who has ever been identified as other in the modern age need be pivoting and making everything in your life about staging an opposition, a counter to that celebration. It's probably the most significant event that is going to happen in the decade. In this decade that we have just entered into. I will tell you in a second. It don't have to be that deep. Y'all can use Google later. I will tell y'all what the Council of Nicaea is for those who don't know. There ain't no reason to make people feel crazy. But when I tell you, I keep telling y'all, I keep reiterating this story about how the Pope a couple of years ago was like, look, for the Roman Catholic Church, our whole program is centered around the re-evangelizing of the whole world. This thing that he is planning in May around the celebrating of the Council of Nicaea, the 1700 year anniversary of the Council of Nicaea, should be everybody's fucking priority. If you are atheist, if you are a scientist, if you EFI, I don't give a fuck. If you are not Christian or Catholic, everybody else, this needs to be your number one fucking priority. It's that serious. It's that deep. Short version of the Council of Nicaea is in part what we've been talking about this whole time. The first council, Constantine has his epiphany, right? And he was like, why are we fighting all these Christians? Because up until that point, under pagan Rome, the Christians, the Essenes, all the little varieties of, quote, followers of Christ at that time were what? We grew up hearing the stories in the Bible about how they was being killed, slaughtered by pagan Rome, by the emperor, by Constantine, feeding them to the lions. You hear the stories, feeding them to the lions, burning them in great fires, and all of this. Throwing them in the Colosseum to fight to their death. This is all the stories we grew up hearing, right? The poor, persecuted Christians at the hand of the evil Roman Empire, but for no matter how many, quote, Christians the emperor was killing, Christianity, or at least the followers of Christ, represented a real problem for the empire, because unlike everybody else who got conquered by Rome and would just be like, look, we'll let you keep these little holidays, you feel me? You'll just become a part of our society. And that pacified a lot of people. Well, the so-called Christians, you feel me? They weren't being pacified. And so they represented a real problem for the empire, because no matter how many of them were getting killed, they were staging a real contest with the empire. And the quote vision that he had on the battlefield while fighting Christians, or fighting whoever the fuck he was fighting, the vision that he had on the battlefield was an epiphany. It wasn't a vision; it was an epiphany. He was like, "Why are we spending all this energy and losing all these soldiers fighting the Christians, where I can just become the chief Christian? I can become the chief Christian. I'll still be emperor, and I can just say, you know what? I believe what y'all believe. And now I'm still the emperor over the Christians." And that's what he did. That battle where supposedly Constantine, you feel me, has an epiphany and becomes a Christian. It was only a few years later, I think they said 3 years later, that he established the first Council of Nicaea. And that Council of Nicaea lasted 3 weeks, and it called all of the spiritual leaders from the known world into a closed door session for 3 weeks, not just Europeans. There were Asian spiritualists and spiritual leaders. There were Arabic spiritual leaders. There was people from the known Roman Empire, people who had been conquered, people from all over Asia, Asia Minor, all over. A room, I think it was 300 and something spiritual men in a closed door session under the direction of the emperor of Constantine for him to say what Christianity would now become. Because even among the Christians, there were warring factions who did not agree, people who did not, like, I don't believe what y'all believe, just like now. You got the Methodists and the Baptists and the Episcopalian and they didn't believe, and so they was, quote, fractured. All these spiritual beliefs fractured. But they didn't just bring in Christians and Essenes and any of that thing. They brought in people from all over the world. They analyzed stories from all over the pagan world. And in this first Council of Nicaea is when they came out as a unified front under the force, if you will, of Constantine, who had the final say. All these men would get together and they say, okay, but can we all agree on this little piece right here? And they say, yes, we all agree. Okay. What about this piece here? No, we got to throw that out. What about this book here? That one we can keep. What about these 2 books over here? We got to get that. We got to get rid of that. You feel me? And then after they came together on some general consensus about what they could all agree could stay and what had to be removed, Constantine had the final word on what would stay and what would remain and what would be rid from this new doctrine that now he was the chief over. This was a process used by Constantine to, quote, unify what had up until that point been an extremely fractured but still revolutionary movement of, quote, followers of Christ. He saw this as a political instrument to unify his empire under a single Roman religion. And since Rome was seen by everybody in the known world as the center of the world, Constantine at the Council of Nicaea represented the implementation of a single world religion, because Rome was the world. At that time, what did they say? Even people in Asia, they were like, this motherfucker in Rome is really like on that shit. He is literally about to conquer the whole known world. So people in Asia were like, damn, what are we gonna do about these people in Rome, people in Egypt and in Carthage and all of these, like, they are really seizing, because they had an army of 700,000. And so at the time, and they were dominating all the trade routes. And so at that time, the saying about Rome is what they say about England now. They say England is the empire for which the sun never sets. At the time, Rome was what? The saying around the world was, all roads lead to Rome. All roads lead to Rome. Rome is the center of the world. This was the transition from pagan Rome to papal Rome. Constantine represented this official transition from the old age of the mother into the new age of the Father God. From the old age where the last vestiges, the last remnants of a long ago period where the mother reigned supreme, seen as the guardian of agriculture and bounty, to this new period where the goat has a hidden body, because the goat above the water is what? The female. The goat above the water is still the remnants of the old age, the goddess worshiping age. And that which lays below the surface that the girl could not see is the hidden, is the unseen. It is the coming. It is the coming of this new age of duplicity, governed by the Father, who dominates the realm of the unseen, the mysteries, the hidden. So the goat, who is above the surface of the water, right, is the female, that is the female aspect that is now seen and able to be exploited by the hidden. Exploited by the hidden. That's why the sea goat. That's why the sea goat. Right? And then the other aspect of that is, again, astrologically, Capricorn, which begins on the 21st, on the winter solstice, and Aquarius are the only two signs that are side by side, that are governed or ruled by the same planet. This anomaly is also, I think, talking about the dual nature of the planet itself. What is the dual nature of the planet itself? The dual nature of the planet itself is what I've been talking to y'all about how we call Saturn what? Father Time. He who governs and rules time, right? But what my little search did when I was in this battle, in this war with my own placement in the heavens, like, why I got this Capricorn moon? Like, why you harassing the fuck out of me with my money? Can I just have my money? Can you just release my wealth already? And I'm sitting here in struggle with this Capricorn placement. And so I go into this deep dive where I find that that Saturn in matriarchal societies, Saturn in pre-patriarchal societies was always seen as female. Saturn was always seen as female, and she was always pictured or called some variety of great grandmother crone. What does crone mean? Time. And the Greeks didn't even bother to change her name when they changed her to a he. When the Greeks changed Saturn from a her to a he, they just called him Kronos. Great grandmother crone, the guardian and creator of time. Why would she be the guardian and creator of time? Because the fates are the governesses of all time, right? And so they changed Saturn from a female deity to a male deity who has a terrible story, a terrible history. I remember I wasn't even into astrology at the time. I loved art. And I remember I was like, am I twisted? Like, why? One of my favorite paintings as a child. But I'm telling you, this is how the web unfolds. I didn't know anything about astrology then. But as a teenager, one of my favorite paintings, and could not explain why, because it's gruesome, was a painting called Saturn Devours His Children by Francisco Goya. I loved this painting and could not figure out why. I didn't even know that my moon was a Capricorn because I did not know nothing about astrology. Why this painting resonated with me so, I was like, damn, Saturn devours, his children. I remember why I loved it. It's because Saturn, even though the painting was called Saturn Devours His Children, I was into Greek mythology as a teenager. I told y'all that. I was into Greek mythology, and I used to have an attitude about Rome. I used to ask my dad, I was like, Dad, damn, like, why the Romans just erased Greek mythology? Like, just literally stole all their characters and everything and then put new names on them. I said, that's crazy, right? And so I was obsessed with this painting called Saturn Devours His Children. And the story, the victor, God damn it, the story of Saturn devouring his children, and the victor, the hero in this story, who is the hero in the story of Saturn devouring his children? The hero in this story is Zeus. The hero in the story is Zeus. Even right now in modern Greco-Roman astrology, what do we say? Is that Jupiter is the great benefic. Don't we say that? That Jupiter is the, I'm talking about astrology. Jupiter is the great benefic. And who is the great malefic? Who is the great malefic in mundane astrology? Who is the great malefic? They even replaced the graven images. Saturn. Saturn in mundane astrology is the great malefic. And Jupiter is the great benefic. Don't we say that? That when Jupiter has a placement, he's the great expander. Whatever you putting out into the universe, Jupiter multiplies times 10 because he just wants you to be rich and abundant. Don't we say that about Jupiter in astrology? Can't wait for these Jupiter placements because I'm going to get my money, whatever. Isn't that what we say? But in this story of Saturn, the mythology of Saturn devouring his children, and how who is it? I think it's Gaia. I don't remember what Gaia's name is in Rome, but Gaia, who is Saturn's wife. This is the story I told y'all about Babaluaye and the plague. And the reason that he brings the plague, whenever he brings the plague, is because his wife, who is the Mother Earth, his wife is Earth, Babaluaye. Whenever her children are harming her, his wife, he will bring plague to kill a percentage of her children in order to save her. This is the story that I told you about COVID-19, right? Babaluaye, who is who? Capricorn, Saturn. Babaluaye is Saturn. So this story of Saturn, quote, devouring his children, and how in that story told by the Greeks, it was his wife, Gaia, who hides the youngest, who disguises and hides the youngest to save his life. What does that sound like? Does that sound like Jesus? Does that sound like Jesus? Does that sound like the Jesus story? Where they got to hide the baby to save the baby from death? Saturn is devouring his children because he receives a prophecy that one of his children is going to be his undoing. I hope y'all are following me because this is crazy right now. One of his children is going to be his undoing. And so the story goes is that his mother hides him in a cave with a goat who nurses him. The goat nurses him until he can be strong enough to kill his father. Saturn, the great malefic. Saturn, the great malefic. This is the story that we are told. And Saturn and Jupiter is what was his name in Greek mythology? Ugh. I can't remember. Hold on. I can't remember what. I cannot remember. I don't know why I can't remember. Who is, oh, okay, 166. Let's see if I can find this out really quick. Okay. Okay, I'm tripping. I don't know why I said I couldn't remember. Saturn in Greek mythology is Kronos, right? So Kronos, quote, devours his children because he receives a prophecy that one of his children is going to be his undoing. And and overthrow him, right? Kronos, Saturn, quote, kills his children. And then one of his children, who is hidden in a cave and nursed by a she-goat until he becomes strong enough to overpower his father, to kill his father, right? That child who was saved from the destruction of Saturn is the planet Jupiter, who is in Greek mythology Zeus. So Zeus in Greek mythology becomes Jupiter, right? In Roman mythology, Jupiter, the planet that we call, quote, the great benefic, right? The great benefic. And the great malefic is Saturn, he who, quote, eats his children. Are y'all following me? But how does this story change if the gender of the deity Saturn is returned to great grandmother Crone, the chief fate, governess of time and human destiny? If Saturn is returned to her personification as the grandmother Crone, and she is also considered a Titan, because this story about Saturn devouring his children and Gaia being his wife, in Greek mythology, Kronos and Gaia are two of the original Titans, that ruled the earth or that ruled, right? But if Saturn is not, quote, the malefic that it was changed into, but instead a mother deity known as great grandmother Crone, and she decides to, quote, kill her children, and the prophecy of a child that would kill her and overpower her becomes Zeus or Jupiter. You feel me? And Jupiter who is a mythology given birth to by Rome, who is the simultaneous representation of the official last nail in the coffin of the matriarchal age, or the goddess worshiping age, and its transition from, quote, pagan Rome to papal Rome, foreshadowing the hidden period of the double fish of the Piscean age, of the age of duality, of the age of confusion, the age of confusion. Then is Jupiter, and Jupiter, aka Zeus, is God the Father. Zeus is God the Father. So what the story actually means, as opposed to the way that it's been flipped upside down, is that a chief titaness named great grandmother Crone ruled the golden age. She ruled the time in human history where there was no war and there was abundance. Great grandmother Crone. And because in this age people were so well cared for, males, and this story is replete throughout human history. This is just one articulation. But her sons became jealous of her power. Grandmother Crone became jealous of her power. And she recognized that they had become jealous of her power. And I don't know the full story because I'm just going off the dome if this even exists anywhere. But I'm telling you, I am reinterpreting this story about Saturn devouring his children for fear that this great hero child of his was going to slay him and become the greatest god in the universe, Zeus, aka Jupiter. Okay? So Jupiter in the slaying of his mother, that's the story. Zeus, aka Jupiter, as the slayer of his mother, becomes God, because that was his ambition all along. Jealous of his mother's power, his ambition all along was to murder his mother and absorb her power, to become God. Right? And he didn't see his birth from his mother making him God. He didn't accept that he was God, because his mother gave birth to him, and God can only give birth to God. God can only give birth to God. So that was not acceptable for him to be God and still subordinate to his mother. And so his ambition became to slay his mother and absorb her power to become God of the universe. Right? And in this story, flipping it right side up, you feel me? Zeus, aka Jupiter, that we identify as the great benefic, that we pray and honor and admonish and go to receive bounty time 10. But the story of Zeus is a terrible one. The story of Zeus is the story of the Old Testament. God the Father as a tyrant, God the Father as a rapist, God the Father as a genocidal lunatic, God the Father as the most wicked, diabolical that there is. God the Father who says, I want you to fear me, God the Father. You feel me? That's how you show your love to me, is that you fear me. You feel me? That's God the Father. Zeus, that's God the Father of the Old Testament. You feel me? And Zeus's son, who is what? Zeus's son, who is, quote, a demigod, a lower god, a lesser god. Zeus's son, who is a demigod, half god, half human, right? Zeus's son is Hercules. And Hercules is who? If Zeus is the god and Hercules is his son, as half god, half human, right? Hercules is Jesus. And what does Zeus have to do in his life as half God, half human? He has to go through what? His 12 labors, his 12 trials, or the 12 houses. Hercules has to traverse the 12 labors. You feel me? And so if if Zeus is God the Father, Hercules is the great hero through whom every hero since has mimicked or emulated. You feel me? Right? And this power of Zeus to control the known world, because of this one thing that he, in his mind, saw that he had to do in order to gain the power of the known world, is what? To slay his mother. Who was his mother? Saturn. Who was his mother? Grandmother Crone. Right? Why is this significant in the story about Aquarius and Capricorn and the winter solstice and all of this shit? Because this story, the whole story, no matter its personification, whether it's Enki, who slays his mother, the great god Inanna, Ishtar, or whether it's whatever the story is, right? Everywhere in the world, the story is the same. It's an astrological story about these relationships in heaven. And Saturn in the matriarchal age, Saturn in the pre-patriarchal age, was always seen as a feminine entity, a feminine deity, a feminine planet that was the antithesis of the sun. The sun was called the god of the day. The sun was called the god of the day, and Saturn was called the god of the night. the sun became the oh shit, what is it, so the sun was the sun of the day was the sun, and Saturn was known in antiquity almost in every culture. In Mesoamerica with the Aztecs and the Mayans, the sun was known as, quote, the light of the world, and Saturn was known as the black sun, the light of the night, the black sun, the light of the night. That's what Saturn was known as in antiquity, as a feminine planet, because the sun is masculine. And so its antithesis, its night sun would be feminine. Saturn, known everywhere as the black sun, the mother of the night, the light of the night, the black sun, right? And and the reason that this is important, the story is important, the reason why I'm talking to you about how Saturn as male was reduced to the great malefic, and Jupiter became the great benefic, right? In this antagonistic relationship where, quote, Jupiter slays Saturn, and Saturn becomes a representation in every patriarchal culture, including the one you love so much, ancient Egypt, with all the beautiful writings on the wall and all the beautiful deities and all the beautiful stories of patriarchal Egypt, patriarchal Kemet, where Ra, right, the sun god, becomes the hero of the world, the light of the world, the savior of the world, and his brother Set becomes the enemy of the world, the god, the lord of the underworld, of death and darkness and despair and all of that shit. In Kemetic tradition, Ra is the sun and Set is Saturn. Set is Saturn. So even in Egyptian Kemetic tradition, this patriarchal, antagonistic relationship of relating everything that has to do with the sun, aka Ra, as good and benevolent and so on and so forth, and everything that has to do with Set as bad, evil, dark, or whatever. And we know that Set is a representation of the planet Saturn. And I'm telling you that Saturn was female. This story of Set, this story of Saturn, quote, devouring his children in a power lust and shit. These stories were were remnants of the victory, of the celebrated victory by all of the son who once and for all conquers his mother, subdues his mother, and all memory of her power in the world. That's what these stories represent. And that's how you get these stories, these conspiracy theories now, right? Of Saturn being the origin of, quote, devil worship or Satanism and all of that shit, right? Saturn becomes synonymous with what? Devil worship. Why? Because of the atmospheric anomaly at the North Pole of Saturn that is shaped like a perfect hexagram, a six point atmospheric anomaly that's six-sided, right? And all these black box conspiracies and all of this shit being about Saturn as Satan, Saturn as the devil, Saturn as evil, and all of this shit. You feel me? But where does it all emanate from? It all emanates from this story that finally concretizes the completed mission of the son to subdue and slay the mother and absorb her power to become like her, And so in order for that story to stick, you can't just kill and slay the mother. You have to change the story of who the mother was so that people are afraid to approach her, afraid to be with her, afraid. So she has to become the personification of all evil, Saturn. She, great-grandmother crone, has the guardian of agricultural bounty of the mother worshiping societies. She has to be made evil. She has to become evil. There can be no remnant in human collective consciousness whatsoever that she was ever a she that was beneficent. So she becomes the personification of all things evil. She becomes Satan. She becomes the fallen angel. She becomes, excuse me. She becomes a demon out to what? The Bible says Satan, the demon, the fallen one, out to what? Devour your soul. That's why the picture, Saturn devours his children. She becomes a demon. Like what do they say? Like a wild animal looking to devour your soul. Right? She, Saturn, right? And her consorts, who are her consorts? The moon is a consort of the night sun. Venus, as represented by the 5-point star, the AKA pentagram, is a consort of the black sun, light of the night, the black sun. Right? The consorts of the victorious, quote, son slaying his mother. Who is his mother? The son slaying his mother is his antithesis, is Saturn, the night sun. The son's victory over his mother, the night sun. Who is his mother? The night sun. Right? And so his consorts become, those stories that are indicative of the justness and rightness of warfare under the guise of conquering the wicked, evil infidels who worship pagans and goddesses. So this becomes the sun. This becomes the story of Mars, aka Aries. This becomes the story of Ogun, aka Aries and Mars. Ogun in Ifa tradition is Mars or Aries, the god of war. You feel me? And so all those things that are historically associated with the evidence, the power, and the benefic nature of the mother who wants the world to be bountiful, who wants, quote, what Venus wants, aka Inanna wants, aka Ishtar wants, aka Oshun wants, is for the earth to be a literal Garden of Eden, have to be now made evil. War becomes the necessary instrument of, quote, the good to subdue the evil. War becomes a sacrament, a necessary sacrament. War becomes a necessary sacrament for the good to demonstrate its good through the destruction of evil. Right? War becomes an instrument of the good to destroy evil, to, quote, eradicate evil. Right? And so the mythologies have to align with that. There can't be any evidence whatsoever that there was a great goddess that ruled everything. And under her rule, and this ain't even my opinion. This ain't even, now some of this stuff has just been off the dome, like a download, you feel me, flipping the story over. But if you go and Google the ages of humanity, the golden age was said to be ruled by a goddess. The golden age. the greatest time of prosperity in human history, was said to be ruled by a goddess. And so we can't afford for y'all to remember that. We have to make you think that y'all was always knuckle draggers. You feel me? Y'all was always, and that this life, even as it is defined by war, is still so much better than you had way back in them heathen days. What do they call it? Prehistory. Back in them prehistorical days. Them days we want you to forget. Them days that we reduced to insignificant. Because what do we say modern? Where do we say? I mean, you ask any historian, any archaeologist, any anthropologist, when the quote, what we identify collectively as the modern age began, or modern history began, with the rise of the Roman Empire. That's how much control it had over the world. That's how much control it still has over the consciousness of the whole world. Google anything, prehistory and quote, modern history. Prehistory begins in the same place that I'm telling y'all about. When Constantine has this epiphany that he too is now going to be a Christian, and he's just going to rule all the Christians and say what Christianity is going to be. This official transition marked by the Council of Nicaea. The official transition from pagan Rome to papal Rome. You feel me? And so that was the point where now there is a strategic assault on any remnants of anything that could remind anybody that God used to be female. And that under this female deity, wherever we are on earth, whatever face that you saw in her and worshiped her, that everywhere on earth where the goddess ruled, men were happy. Human beings were cared for and living abundantly and harmoniously with the planet. And we can't afford for y'all to remember that. We can't afford for y'all to long for something in your mind's eye that you can actually see can be made real. You feel me? We have to patriotize. We have to patriotize the weapon of war. We have to make the weapon of war something that instills men with a sense of pride and honor to massacre on behalf of the good over evil. We have to give medals of honor like the Purple Heart for valiance and courage in combat. We have to allow for you to not feel guilty for the acquisition of the spoils of war. So this is the point. Because under pagan Rome, remember I was reading to you from the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets. During pagan Rome, the crime of rape was, why? Because it was still a goddess worshiping society. The crime of rape, which was, they say, was rare in pagan Rome. In pagan Rome, the crime of rape was rare. But if one were to commit rape under pagan Rome, the penalty was not only death, but all of the wealth of the aggressor would be transferred to the victim. Now, is this or is this not indicative of a culture that would obviously be living under the image of God as female in their collective consciousness, and we cannot exploit the bodies of females, or we will insult the mother God that's in our head. And the transition from pagan Rome to papal Rome, that's flip in the consciousness of God now being male in pagan Rome, had a massive impact. Because as Rome began to increase its aggressions against now what is known as the heathen pagan worshiping world, rape became one of the primary weapons of the subduing of rebels. Yes, it did. I needed to get this off my chest because I've been in here, like I said, in a wormhole, trying to multitask and shit. Also, I will say one more thing about this Capricorn shit. this Capricorn imagery, this Capricorn Saturn imagery as evil and wicked and all of this shit. And the most recent or modern personification of this is the Baphomet. People see the Baphomet and they're like certain this is the personification. This is evil personified, the Baphomet. But what is peculiar about the Baphomet and hidden in plain sight really is, let me block this bitch. Hold on, can I block them? Oh yeah, I sure can. Hold on. Go the fuck somewhere else with your shit, okay? Go somewhere else. Go about your life. Move. The reason I'm mentioning the Baphomet is because the Baphomet, even though it was supposedly created, the image was created by a guy, I don't remember when, but a long time ago, who was, I think, a part of the Knights Templar, who was the one who created the first image of the Baphomet, which was supposed to be, at least as they tell it, a personification of the union of heaven and earth, right? And so the Baphomet is obviously defined by the body of a goat, the feet and hooves of a goat, the head of a goat, but breasts, and then the serpents of the Kundalini emerging from their root chakra, their lap, intertwining up to the top with the right hand to heaven and the left hand to earth, right? And this Baphomet was supposed to be an archetypal representation, an alchemical representation of the union of heaven and earth, right? And but because, again, the goat symbolism is more important than we've ever paid attention to. The goat symbolism and why the goat became evil, why the goat became the personification of, quote, Satanism and devil worship and all of this shit, is because the goat was at least historically the first animal domesticated by females during the agrarian age. After the hunter-gatherer age, we transitioned into the agrarian age, and at first, not just domesticated. The goat was domesticated because the goat was the first animal assistant in the agricultural process. The goat became a cornerstone of the agricultural process, right? And so that process, the age, was still, even though we're talking about things that happened politically and historically, under those same societies, the governing ideology that expressed itself in the material world was goddess worshiping society. So you have as above, you see in your head God as female, so below. Then your behavior in the world becomes one that is synonymous with those characteristics that you see inherently in your mother. So the caring and the tending of the land, and the caring and tending of animals and all of this shit, egalitarian societies and all of this stuff, right? And so the goat is a cornerstone image that is synonymous, especially in Christians' minds, that are synonymous with that heathen time when people was worshiping goddesses, that heathen time when these heathens, these ignorant masses, was worshiping figurines with big titties and big asses, right? And so the Baphomet, not just Baphomet, when the Baphomet was first drafted by this dude who was in the Knights Templar, the Baphomet was drafted as being a black she-goat. When you see the movie Witch, spelled with 2 V's, the chief personification of the devil, of the evil, of the wicked, of the bad, is a black goat. Right? I saw an image about the satanic panic. I saw a video not too long ago about, quote, the satanic panic, and how this age is we're experiencing a new satanic panic, right? The satanic panic of the 1980s, and how we're experiencing the new satanic panic all over again. And y'all can see that shit 1,000 trillion times a day on YouTube. You feel me? And in this video where he's talking about the satanic panic of the 1980s and how some of the billboards that like local authorities and governments and stuff like that were using to like stoke the flames of this, quote, satanic panic, was the image of a white woman riding the back of a she-goat, of a black she-goat. A white woman naked riding the back of a black she-goat. This black goat, as, quote, synonymous with the chief personification of all things evil and satanic and wicked and whatever the fuck. Now, once you see it, you can't see it because it's everywhere. But that black she-goat is the she-goat that is the she-goat that is the sea-goat of Capricorn, the sea-goat of what? Saturn. And then I think I'm gonna leave y'all with this because this is gonna fuck y'all up. And then to take that a step further, because I spent all this time talking about Saturn and its relationship to Capricorn and its personification in Capricorn and the history of that. But what about Aquarius, who is its partner, whose age we have just stepped both feet first into, who is also ruled by Saturn? Aquarius is also ruled by Saturn. So what does this mean? Because Capricorn is the earth sign, hinting back to the agrarian age, the agricultural age. Here we are now in this future that we have transitioned into, this new age that is what? An air sign age that has been for a very long time being prophesied as this transition from an old age into this new age, both ruled by great grandmother Crone. So here we are officially, if you have most astrologers tell it, that when Oya transitioned into Aquarius on November 19, that day was the official collective transition from the Piscean age into the Aquarian age. November 19th, when most astrologers are talking about it, say that's the day. That's the day that we are officially in the age of Aquarius, okay? So here Saturn not only governs the old age of Capricorn, and the story where Capricorn is subdued by her son, Pisces, you feel me? The Aquarian age, because this is the relationship forward. Wait a minute. Listen. So here we got the regular zodiacal chart, okay? And in the regular zodiacal chart, our year goes, let's see, our year goes counterclockwise. Let me draw this for y'all so I can work it out in my own head. Okay. So, that's what happened. That's exactly what happened. I know it. I got to find this. All right. I don't know if y'all can see. Let me see if I can find a marker. I don't know if y'all are going to be able to see this. Oh, I'm about to punch y'all in the gut with this. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Okay. Now, I'm not an astrologer, so I know if I go somewhere, somebody else is going to be talking about this. So I'm just going off the dome about these stories and their relationships. Okay. So in the regular zodiacal chart, okay, that's divided by the cross into equinoxes and solstices and seasons. Okay. The cross itself represents the equinoxes and solstices. Okay, so this is the zodiacal chart. The circle represents the year. Now this is showing backwards to me, so let me look at it this way. So the circle is showing our movement through the year, or the sun's movement through the year. Let me see if I can see that. Okay, the actual cross itself represents the equinoxes and the solstices. That time in the day where night and day is equal, and that time in the day where you've got the longest day and the shortest day of the year. That is what the actual cross represents. The space in between the crosses is your seasons and your 3-month movement through each season. Okay. In this regular, our annual 365 days, in our annual move through the zodiac, or the sun's move through the zodiac, which starts here at the sign of Aries. Okay. Because, oh my God. Oh, God damn. Whoa. Listen, y'all. All right. So Aries, who is so important in the because this is a modern from Rome, because what the Council of Nicaea didn't just, quote, define what Christianity under Rome was going to be. The Council of Nicaea, Rome, did what? Changed the modern calendar. What do we call the modern calendar? The is it the Julius calendar? Is this the Julius calendar? I think it's the Julian calendar. Is the modern calendar created by Rome. So Rome didn't just create Christianity. Rome, quote, becoming the father god, Zeus transformed into Jupiter as a Roman expression of the father god, wanting the power of the mother god, couldn't just change the story, had to change time itself. Because what did Grandmother Crone do? She defined time. So this zodiacal this zodiacal lecture I'm about to give you is still based through the perspective and worldview of the son who turns God by destroying his mother. This is a Julian adaptation of how our son moves through an annual year. Okay. It's important to mention that, because prior to the completion of patriarchy, prior to the creation of patriarchy and the solidification of Rome as now a papal state instead of a pagan state, prior to that, all over the world for that matter, the chief calendar was still based on the lunar cycles. It was still based on the lunar cycles. The calendar, our move through the year was based not on the sun in the center, but on the moon as the center. But the moon as the center. So this thing that I'm telling you right now, because I know it's what you understand, is a patriarchal explanation of our sun's movement through the houses. Greco-Roman astrology is still a patriarchal understanding of the sun's movement through the houses. Okay, so Aries, let me do it this way. So Aries is the first sign in our zodiacal movement through the year. Okay, and the reason why is because Aries, under the Christian change in time, is when does Aries season begin? It begins in the resurrection, right? It begins at the proposed resurrection of Jesus. That's why Aries had to be the first sign in this new empire created by Rome, Papal Rome. Is because the equinox represents the resurrection. And so that's why Aries is the first month of our actual year, right? And so from Aries, you go to Taurus. And from Taurus, you go to Gemini. Obviously, I can't write upside down and sideways, but you go to Gemini. I'll just write a single letter, Gemini. And then from Gemini, you go to Cancer. And from Cancer, you go to Leo. And from Leo, you go to Virgo. And from Virgo, you go to Libra. And from Libra, you go to Scorpio. And from Scorpio, you go to Sagittarius. And from Sagittarius, you go to Capricorn. And from Capricorn, you go to Aquarius. And from Aquarius, you go, wait, is that right? I'm wrong. No, I'm right. Yeah. You go from Aquarius to Pisces. This is why the freak out just a moment ago. Okay. So we've been talking about these two cats right here who are both ruled by Saturn in our annual move through the zodiac, right? And in our move through the zodiac, okay, what does Capricorn and Aquarius represent? In our move through the zodiac, Capricorn and Aquarius represents the what? The simultaneous end of the old year and the beginning of the new year. Aquarius is where we celebrate the new year. Okay? So the beginning and the ending of the years, the space in between the old year and the new year, is represented by Capricorn and Aquarius, who are both ruled by the same planet that we say is the mother of time. Okay? What does this mean and why did I freak out? Because when we're talking about, let me do it on the other side. When we're talking about, like I just said, most astrologers agree that our official transition from the Piscean age into the age of Aquarius that happened on November 19th, what does that mean? Why would we transition into Pisces? Because the age is the age. So this is the age. So I put on the other page our year, or our 365-day year, and on this side I'm gonna put the age. So an age is approximately 2,500. I think it's like 25. Is it 26? 2,500, 2,565 or 2,600 and something is approximately 2,500 years. A single age is approximately 2,500 years. And what an age is, I know most of you know this, but some of you don't. So I'm not going to assume that everybody knows. But what an age is God damn it. The reason that an age is different than our annual revolution is because the age moves through the zodiac clockwise. So our annual move through our year is counterclockwise. I'm going to show all of this to you. It was hard writing upside down and backwards or whatever, right? So our annual move through the houses is clockwise. Y'all might see this backwards. I'm seeing this backwards and weird, okay? But our annual move through the signs starting at Aries is clockwise, right? I mean, it's counterclockwise, excuse me. It's counterclockwise, right? Our move through an age. So what an age is the same thing that we recognize as the months of our year. So the age, you have the age of Aries, you have the age of Taurus, you have the age of Gemini, you have the age of Cancer, Leo, let me do it this way. Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. Okay. So clockwise is the way we move through the ages, right? So let's say we're going to talk about this biblically. So So the beginning of the Bible, right? Genesis, the beginning of the Bible is the beginning of the age of Taurus. The beginning of the age of Taurus. Okay. And the Bible, I've told y'all this before, but just to reiterate, in the Bible, the stories are detailing the sun's movement. The sun's movement, which is interesting because that's interesting. Hold on. Because when we move through the ages, when we transition through the ages, right? When we move through the whole thing, through the whole 12 houses of an age, each age representing what? Approximately 2,500 years. This whole movement is called a great year or the great year. So when we move through all of the houses and complete that is called a great year. That great year is approximately 26,000 years, 25,600, 25 to 26,000 years. Okay. That's the great year. Each movement through each house is called an age or a millennia. An age or a millennia. Okay. The reason that this is important and why I had that moment is because in our regular annual movement through the houses, and what we started off talking about is the peculiar nature of Capricorn and Aquarius, is that they're the only two signs in the entire zodiac that are back to back and governed by the same planet. Saturn governs both signs or both houses, right? And that at the same time that Saturn governs both these houses, it's important because these two houses represent a space, in a peculiar space in time, governed by the same planet. This same planet governs a specific and peculiar space in time. It simultaneously represents the end. Capricorn simultaneously represents the end of a year and the beginning, the end of an old year, a past year, and the simultaneous beginning of a new year. She as the governess of time. She as the governess of time, simultaneously ruling the first and the last, the Alpha and the Omega. Saturn as grandmother crone, representing this peculiar anomaly on the entire zodiacal time, right? And when we are going through our regular year and we're transitioning through Capricorn to Aquarius, right? And we know that the age of Aquarius and the sign of Aquarius is what? It is the water bearer, right? I needed this deep dive. That's why I need to teach. That is why I need to teach. That is why I need to teach. Because even when I'm in here studying, something happens differently when I am teaching it, when I'm talking. Epiphanies come, downloads come. So anyway, so Capricorn, aka the winter solstice, right? I told you is what? It is the shortest day of the year, or put another way, it is the darkest day of the year, right? It is the darkest day of the year or the longest night of the year, however you want to put it. In Christian mythology, Capricorn, the winter solstice, is the official point in the whole movement where the sun is said to have died on the cross. The sun is dead. Quote, the king is dead. That's Capricorn. That's the winter solstice. And this story of the son or the king's death on the cross, right, is an astrological story of the mothers conquering the son. Right? The mother conquers the son. Okay? And then in the summer solstice, what? The son conquers the mother. Right? Okay. So Capricorn, the winter solstice, is where the sun, the mother conquers the sun. The dark conquers the light. Right? And so this astrology, this story, right, of Capricorn, of the winter solstice, right, of the day where like in pagan ceremonies and rituals, it said what? That the winter solstice is the day that the veil is the thinnest because the dark has conquered the light, right? The veil is the thinnest. And if you want to, hence the Dionysus ceremonies and the Saturnalia ceremonies, if you want to be able to experience true spiritual epiphany, then this day, the winter solstice, is the best day to do that in ceremony of what? Music, orgiastic sex, and the consumption of the body of Christ, which is psychedelic mushrooms drank through the blood, which is wine. This is the day that can happen, where true grand epiphany can occur when the dark is its strongest on the winter solstice. Okay? Hence the celebrations and the ceremonies and this and this and this and this. Okay? This is the darkness personified, the winter solstice, Capricorn, the black goat, right? The black goat of the Capricorn, right? The other aspect of Capricorn being, quote, the sea goat is because the goat symbology is still what's the word I'm looking for? It still predominates here. The goat symbology still predominates here in the Capricorn. But what is different is that the Capricorn sea goat has a fish bottom, that thing that lays below the surface. Because when they tell the story of Capricorn, they always talk about it where his sea bottom is not seen. His fish bottom is not seen. It's submerged below the water, right? And so now you are transitioning in this symbology of Capricorn into Aquarius. Aquarius, and so say this line, let's say this line that represents the space between the old and the new. Okay, this line represents the space in between the old and the new. The new, quote, expression of Saturn that governs Aquarius, right? This personification of Saturn as Aquarius is what? Saturn as the water bearer. Saturn as the water bearer, the new. This alerts us that this is a new year. Saturn as the water bearer, right? And so when Saturn as the water bearer going from earth sign to air sign, right? And this space in between. So let's just look at Capricorn. No, not Capricorn. Yes, Capricorn. This is what's going to happen. Okay? Because we're talking about two things simultaneously. So we're talking about our annual year and our move. Listen, I hope y'all are catching this. Our move in our annual year going counterclockwise, right? Yeah, counterclockwise. So we move through Capricorn to Aquarius, the old year and the new year. But when we take at the same time, which this period represents, this period that we're in right now represents, we apply this, our annual movement that alerts us to go from the old year to the new year, okay? And we apply it to the great year, which we're saying that we have just entered the Aquarian age, right? So if that's the case, and we're going clockwise around the new age, right? And Aquarius is where we are now, our transition into the Aquarian age. Where do we just come from? If the Aquarian age, the age is ending, the simultaneous old age is ending and a new age is beginning, and we're saying that the Aquarian age is that new age, right? Then it means that the age that is old and we have transitioned out of is the Piscean age. We have just transitioned out of the Piscean age into the Aquarian age, the age of the water bearer. Okay. So we have the earth sign Capricorn, we have the air sign Aquarius, and we have the water sign Pisces. And the sign of Pisces, we have been officially living in for approximately 2,000 years, plus years, 2,500 official years to move from one age to another. Okay. So here we, as far as most astrologers are concerned, our official transition from the Piscean age, from the two fish age, from the Jesus age, was November 19th. When her consort, known as Pluto, transitioned into this Aquarian age, right? Transitioned into this Aquarian age, then, and I'm just throwing something out there. This is all off the dome based on some of the stuff that I know, okay? So the Capricorn that has been used, contorted by Christianity and Catholicism in the image of the sea goat, whose half their body is submerged in water so that their fish half cannot be seen. And when you see the image of the sea goat, right, the water or the mysteries of the unseen represent the Piscean age. Here's Capricorn, whose chief personification is always what? It's seen personification, the goat, the nod to the agricultural age of the goddess. So this, again, the story of the female who is talking to the goat, she is talking to the female seen personification of Capricorn. The unseen personification of this period of Saturn, or this personification of Saturn, the unseen is Pisces. But the seen, the Capricorn goat, is the Capricorn goat, the goat half is not only seen, but the Capricorn goat half is also in the air. In the air. While the Pisces, while the fish half of Capricorn that's unseen is in the water. Was that clear? The seen personification of Saturn as Capricorn in this house, right? The seen half is the goat. That is not only seen, it is seen because it is in the air. It is out of the water. The unseen half of the heat of the sea goat is submerged in the secretive waters of Pisces, the hidden, the mysterious waters of Pisces. This personification of Saturn in Capricorn is seen because it is in the other opposing aspect of Saturn, which is Aquarius, which is the air. It is seen because it's in the air. This is unseen because it's see, look, see, if this is Saturn, if both of these houses, Capricorn and Aquarius, are governed by a singular planet representing the simultaneous beginning and end, but this, so is this really two different houses? Or is this two personifications of the same planet? Right? Representing Earth, the Earth aspect of her, and the air aspect of her. Right? And so taking that into consideration, saying that Capricorn and Aquarius may not even be two different houses as much as they are two separate sides or personifications of Grandmother Crone, the ruler of time. They two separate personifications of herself. And if that is the case, then it would explain why the seen goat aspect of Capricorn is submerged in water, because this is the unseen. This is the unseen, right? And this is taking into account that we're talking about this as our counterclockwise movement through our annual year. But at the same time that we are counterclockwise moving in our annual year, at the same time that that is happening, we are counterclockwise moving through the great year. So this simultaneous clockwise and counterclockwise movement through the small year and the grand year had at this particular moment in human history has us arrive at the point in human history where not only as of December 21st, the winter solstice, the conquering of the dark over the light, this coming winter solstice, December 21, is not only the simultaneous annual conquering of the dark overnight, but at the same time, on November 19th of 2024, just a month ago, it represented the completion of the great year. Of the great year of the 26,000 year great year, and the simultaneous conclusion of the age. Three things were happening this year at the same time in this period between November and January. The conclusion of our annual year, but this year being significant because this year also marks the simultaneous conclusion of the great year, the last 26,000 years, represented by this, and the end of the last age of Pisces, 25-ish 100 years. All three of these things are happening at the same time. This is the peculiar astrological anomaly that alerts us that this is the official transition from the Piscean age to the Aquarian age, the 2500 year. But this simultaneous thing is also alerting us to the conclusion of the 25,000 great year period. The reason why is because, so we have Pisces. And so because the age goes clockwise and our year goes counterclockwise, the beginning of a new year for us in our year is the sign of Aquarius, right? The beginning or the end, the beginning of our annual new year is marked in Aquarius, right? But the beginning of a new age going clockwise, because our annual year is counterclockwise. So that's why we see Aquarius as the end of our year. The age goes clockwise around the zodiacal chart. And so the end and beginning, the simultaneous end and beginning of the great year is Pisces and Aquarius. See? So when we have, look, our annual year going counterclockwise, this is the end, this is the beginning. Capricorn is the end, Aquarius is the beginning. In the great year, in a 2500 year period or an age, when we go around, the end of that year is Pisces and Aquarius. Aquarius always representing the beginning. Counterclockwise and clockwise, Aquarius is the beginning. So in the age, Pisces is the last sign. And Aquarius is the first sign of the new age, of the new 2500 year period. Okay. Now, where the age is concerned, it takes the 2500 year period that it takes to move through each house. Once we go from the beginning, which is Aquarius, all the way through each of those 2500 year periods, which leads us to the last age, which is Pisces, in the great year, in the 2500, in the 25,000 year period, right? Then the new great year also always begins on Aquarius. So right now, not only do we have a 2500 100-year conclusion of the Piscean into the Aquarian, but we have a great year completion, 25,000 years transitioning from the Piscean to the Aquarian. The Aquarian is always the new. It's always the beginning. In our annual year, Saturn, as the mother of time, is both the ending and the beginning. She is both the beginning and the ending. Okay? And so the reason all of this is significant, I don't know if this is too deep for y'all, but I still had to move through it out loud because I've been trying to work out some shit. And so when I told you, and this too makes sense, right? So when we talk about we talk about Zeus, right? And we talk about how Zeus, the story of Aquarius, right? Because like the attributes that y'all attribute to Aquarius and what are going to be the attributes of the Aquarian age, right? The great liberator, the revolutionary, he who fights on the behalf of the othered and the ostracized and victimized, the great Aquarius, the water bearer. And why does he empathize with humanity so much? Because he too was a victim of top-down aggression and this and that and this and that. And so we always look forward to the age of Aquarius. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Like this is all we've been talking about, right? Whole cults built around the age of Aquarius and the coming of Aquarius. The reason that the mythology becomes so important is because the story of Aquarius is a terrible story. Ganymede, that's his name in Greek, right? Ganymede. The story of Ganymede is a terrible fucking story. It's a typical story of Zeus, that this boy, this child, now as the story is told, it's a male child who was what? An agriculturalist out in the field helping his family tend to their food, right? Tend to the gardens, tend to the crops. Out there minding his own business. And Zeus saw him and was like, damn, he's beautiful. I think I want to own him, right? And so what does he do? This story. Zeus transforms himself into a great eagle and swoops down over the crops and kidnaps Aquarius, the child, and takes him into heaven or into Mount Olympus, right? To hold him as his infinite servant, And as his servant, what his job was to perpetually serve the gods water. Hence why he's called the water bearer, is to give drink to the gods. That's the story of Aquarius, that his beauty was what set the sights of the gods on him and transformed him into a permanent servant of the gods, Aquarius. And so this is why, according to the story, Aquarius is so empathetic to the suffering of humans. Oh, you know what? Let me open this. Hold on. I just noticed that this door was closed. Hold on. Hey, baby. This is the reason that Aquarius has the attributes, or the Aquarian age is defined by the attributes that we all equate with him, as the revolutionary, as the great illuminator, pouring the waters of illumination down on humanity, right? Governing the upper firmament, the seen, making the unseen seen, Aquarius, the great illuminator, Aquarius, the revolutionary, right? The one who defines sexual liberation. The reason that he, quote, empathizes with humans so much is because he was victimized by the gods. He was victimized by the gods, right? Why am I talking about this? Because Aquarius, right, governed by Saturn. Aquarius in Ifa tradition is Shango. Aquarius in Ifa tradition is Shango. Okay. And that's one thing. And Shango is what? He is categorized typically as a god of war. Oh my God. I just had a thought, y'all. That's why I need to study. So we always talk about, I always talk to you guys about this period and like how Pluto in Aquarius is Oya and Shango, right? They are supposed to be the great revolutionary couple. She is the goddess of the winds of radical transformation and storms, and he is the and Shango, right, is the great revolutionary warrior who is the Lord of the drum, the god of dance and the drum. You feel me? And they come together, right? Because they husband and wife in the mythology. And when they come together, he is the owner of lightning and she is the owner of radical storms, tornadoes, typhoons, hurricanes, whatever. They come together to represent the completion of the storm, the lightning and the thunder, the drum and the dance, because she is represented as what? Having a skirt of 9 colors, and she gets to dancing in war because she loves it. And every time she swoops the skirt around, a storm flings off the end, a tornado whips off the end of her skirt. She is dancing, and he, as the owner of lightning, aka and thunder, is the god of the drum and the dance. You feel me? She's the dance, he's the drum, right? She is the governor of the underworld, Oya, the guardian of the cemetery. She is the one that represents both the beginning of life and the ending of life. And at the ending of life, she represents the space in between, going from living to not living. She is the one that assists us on our journey to become ancestors, right? That transitional phase. That's why in E5 we don't say somebody died, we say they transitioned, right? That's Oya. Aquarius, Shango, the Lord of the drum, right? And so Shango is Aquarius. What does this mean in terms of this long ass story I told you before about the history of the iconography of Capricorn and Saturn while they were in their Greek manifestation? Saturn being Kronos, and the house Capricorn, instead of it being a representation of Capricorn, the winter solstice went from a celebration celebrating Dionysus. It went from celebrating Dionysus to celebrating Saturn under Rome, winter solstice, celebrating Saturn under Rome, and naming the festival Saturnalia. That was a transition, right? From Dionysus to Saturn, right? So Saturn was seen as Dionysus in Greek mythology. That was the transition from Dionysus to Saturn. And under the worship of Dionysus, remember I said that, under the worship of Dionysus, a key component to the ceremonial madness required by Dionysus of the Maenads was what? Was dancing and music that was governed by who? Pan, the goat man, Pan, right? That was under Greek mythology. That Dionysus represented, that his festival of worship was at the winter solstice, and his worship was defined by consuming the body of Christ, which was psychedelic mushrooms, imbibed in wine, the wine that caused, quote, ceremonial madness. And Pan, as a consort of his, was there to provide the turn up music. The music. And then also, Pan was also seen as what? A horny goat man. He was always horny. He was always, his whole life was defined by what? Sex and music, right? That was Pan. Okay. And that was what was required. Under Saturn, it became Saturnalia, which was celebrated the same way. Orgies, right? And ceremonial sex magic and ceremonial imbibement. Okay. The consumption of psychedelics and alcohol or spirits, right? Well, so Capricorn is represented, and I told you why they changed the image of Pan from a flute playing hype man who is hypersexual to like a goat man that is now a half fish. That story is about the transition from ages through ages and a foretelling of a coming age. The fish half of Capricorn submerged in the water, the goat half being seen, the fish half being unseen, was a pre-telling, because the fish again is who? Rome. The fish again is who? Rome. Papal Rome from pagan Rome. Capricorn is the pagan Rome, and papal Rome is the Pisces Rome. It was a foretelling. It was a foretelling and a completion of the foretelling, for that matter, of the age of Pisces, the dominating age of Pisces as the Roman Catholic Church. Rome's transition from pagan Rome to papal Rome. That is what is being talked about here, these three signs, representing the simultaneous beginning and ending of both the ages at the same time, right? And so if that is the case, and I've been telling you that Capricorn, the reason I started all of this was talking about a ritual that I'd wanted to do called Awan, and an honor to Baba Luaye, where you take the grains of your harvest and then you clean off the old year to prepare for your entry into your new year, which is Aquarius, right? Well, Aquarius, right? Aquarius is Aquarius, if I'm telling you that Aquarius is Shango, but both of these planets are ruled by Saturn. And both of these houses, Capricorn and Aquarius, are, and I'm saying now that these are that this might be one sign representative of the two sides of this planet, right? The dark side and then the foreshadowing of the light side, the old side and the new side of this planet, Saturn, right? Then who is Aquarius in this scenario? Who is Shango? Excuse me, let me say it like that. Who is Shango in this scenario of the same planet? Because Shango's archetype as Aquarius is what? The same energy of Pan, the goat man. Shango being the turn-up man, the Lord of drum and dance is what they call him. The Lord of drum and dance. So not only is Shango Pan, the required music and dance for the ascension into illumination and higher consciousness, right? But the story even says that Shango was so, quote, well loved that he had what? Several wives, that females would fight over him, that he was loved. He was so, quote, beautiful. He was loved by both men and women. This is Aquarius. Isn't that indicative or of a story about Zeus setting his sights on this beautiful male that he is going to bring into heaven, right? This is Aquarius. This is Shango. This is 1 foot. Shoot. This is one aspect of Saturn, the goat aspect of Saturn, that is a second part or counterpart to her other side, which is her air side. And then the lower half coming from the opposite direction, the age on the year coming from the other side, Pisces, and her relationship with Aquarius. This Capricorn sea goat being a foreshadowing of the end that is represented, the end of the unseen, the end of the unseen, the end of the mystery, the end of the hidden, foreshadowed in the transition from the old age to the new, which both simultaneously happen in Aquarius. And the reason that this little workshop that I did, just trying to make some sense of some shit in my mind, really, is because I told y'all that this zodiacal chart is still the most recent adaptation of the zodiac that centers. I don't know where all my pens went, but this, our quote 365 day year, that is the most recent and the globally accepted move of the sun through the astrological houses, through the 12 houses that place the war god personification of the sun as the first house. The war god personification of the sun as the first house, and its move. This is our annual year. And so we move through, going counterclockwise, all of the signs, with Pisces being the last and Aries being the first. But it is this chart, or this Julian calendar, is an expression that centers the sun, concretizes the victory of the sun over the mother. They had to change the calendar because the pagan calendar did not center the sun. The pagan calendar centered the moon. Our annual year, the pagan calendar centered the moon and her movement through 13 houses. And those 13 houses ended up making it so that our days of the month were equal days, 28 days in each month, all the way around the calendar. But the pagan calendar centered the moon and her movement through 13 houses. So how would this change time? If we did like Mary Daly said, now she was just talking about history, but if we did what Mary Daly said in Pure Lust and go back into time and change time, how can we change time? How is that possible? I'm talking about realistically. I'm not talking about like esoterically or spiritually or like trans life or like past life, what do you call it? Past life regressions, past life. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about in real time in the material world. What would make it possible for us to go back in time and change time? And to go back in the time and change time, recognize the immediate impact that it would have on the present. What does that mean? Well, what Mary Daly says, because she was an activist, she was a political activist, she wasn't even into the goddess, right? What she says it means is the fact that all that we understand about time right now is based on 1/2 of the human population and its history. Everything that we know about history is through the lens and the worldview of males who represent the completion of the sun's conquering of the mother. That's why the sun had to be placed in the middle of the zodiac and the moon removed. That's why the months had to change to accommodate the removal of the 13th house and the replacing of the moon to center the sun. And that's why the days have changed. So I'm saying if we were to do this, if we were to go back right now today to a lunar calendar, right? there is a site that I saw that talked about that. Like if we were still on the lunar calendar, this is how old we would be right now. Like how it actually changed time. And I can't remember, but I wish I would have saved that site. But it was like, if we still live, if the pagan calendar had never been changed and we were still living on a lunar cycle, then today, and then they had like a calculator to calculate how old you would be today based on the day that you were born. I am 49. I'll be 50 in a few months, right? I am 49. And this calculator said that if we had never adapted the solar calendar, the solar centered calendar, that today I would be 32 years old. Like that is how significant the change in our time understanding would be. That I would be technically, because the years would move different, that based on the lunar calendar today, I would be 32 years old. Yes. Isn't that crazy? Right? And so when pagan Rome went from pagan Rome to papal Rome, took out all the hints of the mother and placed the sun in the center, because every pagan society, even if they weren't related, had this in common. All the old pagan calendars centered around the lunar cycles of the moon, not the solar revolution, not Earth's revolution around the sun. Okay. And so this, even everything that I told you about our understanding of the transition from one age to the next, the time that it takes to transition from one age to the next, and then the time that it takes to transition from one great year to the next. So the 2500 age year and the 26,000 great years, 26,000 years, right? Is still based, our current understanding of those movements are still based on the centering of the sun. Okay. But the problem is this, is while we can talk about the ages, right? When we're talking about an age, our movement through a 2,500 year period, through a single house, the age and the clockwise move through the age is not based on the sun. The age, our understanding of our transition through the ages is based on, actually it does have a relationship to the sun. This is going to fuck you up. It is based on our planet's angular wobble on its axis through the annual year for 2,500 years, and the place where our I don't want to get this wrong. Somebody can correct me if I get this wrong. But where our Earth is on its spring equinox, on the spring equinox of how's that go? The spring equinox. It's a specific spring equinox. I can't remember. I'm gonna find out and I'm gonna fill y'all in. But our quote move through each age is not based on the sun. The Earth is the center, which makes sense, right? The Earth as the center is how we determine our move through each house, through each place in the Milky Way galaxy, because your great year, the 26,000 year great year, 26,000 Earth years, the great year is based, the great year is based on Earth. The age is based on Earth moving through the houses that have been superimposed over the Milky Way galaxy. So the great year, so the age is our move through through each 2,500 year. This too is flawed, but it's our move through the 2,500 year periods that it takes to move through each house. The reason I say this is flawed is because yes, it does center the sun. Even though it is the Earth's movement, the sun is the center because this estimation is still based on the Julian mutation from the 13 houses to the 12 houses. So this is still flawed, right? Because the removal of the 13th sign didn't just happen in our annual year, because these houses were superimposed on the Milky Way galaxy, which is our galaxy. The galaxy that we are in is the Milky Way galaxy. And so, as above, so below. So if our annual zodiac movement, or our rotation had centered the moon, then that 13 house zodiacal chart we would have imposed on our move through each house. So there would have been 13 age houses, and then there would have been 13 great year houses. You understand what I'm saying? And so even though the age is based on our Earth's circulation around, through each one of these houses, which represents the great year, and the Earth at the equinox, because that's when the transition happens. It happens at a specific equinox through each age and through each great year. It is a specific spring equinox that alerts our transition from one age to the next, or from one year to the next, or from one great year to the next. This is the basis behind why we say, quote, Aries is the actual first house of the year, because Aries is the place that transition from March. From March to April. But see, even that is flawed, because the houses aren't specifically 1 month. Why? Because the calendar was changed to remove a month. It would have been equal days all the way through the month if there was still a 13-month calendar. But because the Julian calendar removed a house, you have the spring equinox actually happens in March, but Aries, or the quote resurrection of Christ, is celebrated on that first full moon after the spring equinox. So the resurrection of Christ is celebrated on the first full moon, the Sunday corresponding to the first full moon after the spring equinox. All right, that's what makes, because that they say that represents the resurrection. So that's why the Julians said, okay, well then our war god, Mars, Aries, Rome, is going to represent the completed resurrection, and that will be the first house, or the first day of the actual new year on the resurrection, right? So that's why you have Aries, the war god, Mars. What does Rome mean? What did I tell you the word Rome means etymologically? Etymologically, the word means, Rome means, we are the children of Mars, which is why they made themselves the first. Right? Okay. And so if we were to go back, if something were to happen, a global shift in consciousness was to happen, and we say we need to go back to the lunar calendar and the 13th sign, you feel me? And then superimpose all the dates and changes that would compensate for the removal of the Julian calendar, right? What would time look like? What would history look like? How would the dates change? For example, there's another chart. There's another little thing that you can do. Just go to like 13th zodiac calculator. I think that's how you look it up. 13th zodiac calculator. And and the 13th zodiac calculator will tell you, because it only affects certain people. It'll only affect certain people because of where the zodiac falls. But if you were to add the 13th zodiac, how would it change your astrological sign? Which is interesting because I am one of those signs that it impacts. So as a Virgo, if we were to apply the 13th zodiac back to the zodiac, I would actually be a Leo. I would be a Virgo. I would be a Leo, right? And so that's interesting, right? But all of this to say that when we can tell a quote mythological story about the son who conquers the mother to absorb her power, to become greater than his mother, Zeus or Jupiter or Enki or whoever, right? And then because he is the almighty creator of the universe, he is the only deity in history that does not have to have sex he doesn't have to have sex to produce progeny. That's why the story of the Virgin Mary is so important. Because see, his hatred of women becomes the reason that he does not have to have sex in order to produce progeny. Zeus did it. How did they say he gave birth to Athena? She sprung out of his head, and then another one of his children was born out of his thigh or some shit. That even as he was going around raping to and fro, in order to, quote, produce God progeny, because he was producing demigods all over the place, half God, half creature, half God, half human, whatever. But in order to produce, quote, a pure God, he didn't have sex. He didn't have sex with Hera to produce children. Well, he did. But the supremacy of his power is to be able to asexually reproduce or asexually create. Oh, fuck. Shall asexually reproduce. So that too is the story that he stole from the mother goddess. Right? As the parthenogenic reproducer of herself, he had to mimic that story. This is why he had to give birth to Athena out of his head. And I think it was Apollo that was born out of his thigh or some shit, right? Because if the mother can spontaneously procreate, turn in on herself and make herself pregnant, then I have to be able to do that shit too. So let's rewrite the story, right? So anyway, but what I was saying is in this story, we're living the peak in this period where we have two lasts happening at the same time. Transitioning Capricorn that's approaching on the 21st, the winter solstice, and we just transitioned officially out of the age of Pisces into Aquarius, where they're meeting here at the same time. November 19th represented for a lot of people the official entry into the age of Aquarius, November 19th, right? And so what I was telling you guys earlier, I think this is the last thing I'm gonna say. What I was telling you guys earlier about the Bible being a representation, because why does the Bible start with the age of Taurus? Because the age of Taurus is the at least where the Levitical Jews were concerned, which is what the Old Testament is attested to have been, written by, is the Levitical Hebrews, right? The reason that the Bible had to start at the age of Taurus, the golden bull calf, the great bull of heaven, right, is because the age of Taurus represented the last age of the mother, the birth, the Genesis, right? The Genesis means what? The beginning. Genesis means birth, right? The birth of the patriarchal age that could only be fully realized through the subduing of the last matriarchal age. So this 2,500 year period marked by the beginning of the Old Testament, because the Old Testament is the Hebrews or the Jews transition through the age of Taurus and the age of Aries, and predicts the entry into the age of Pisces, which is the New Testament. The New Testament begins at the age of Pisces, and then the age of Pisces is predicting or prophesying the coming next age, which is the age of Aquarius. This is the whole Bible, is the move through these 4 ages: Taurus, Aries, Pisces, and Aquarius. The reason this is this is important is because Taurus is a representative of the last great age of the mother. And in order for the son to complete his campaign, because the campaign didn't start in the age of Taurus, the campaign to subdue the mother didn't start in Taurus, right? But the age of Taurus, or the house of Taurus, represents the simultaneous beginning and ending of the last matriarchal age. Who is Taurus? Who is the age of Taurus? Who is the house of Taurus? This is Venus. Taurus is governed by who? The great bull of heaven. His mother is Venus. And all the stories, you can read all the stories about Anna and the great bull, Ishtar and the great bull, right? This is Venus, who is the progenitor, right, of the Garden of Eden. That's why the Bible begins where? In the Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden. This is why the Bible begins here, is because this story of God's creation, this new God, God's creation, Adam and Eve, his dominion over that which the mother had created. This is the marking of this slow move to finally eradicate and subdue the mother. That eradication of the mother is made complete, at least chronologically, where the Bible is concerned, with the emergence of Moses. What did I tell you? Doesn't the story of Jesus sound familiar? Where Jesus had to be hid in a manger to avoid being killed. Moses, as the sun in Aries, as the sun transitioning from Taurus into Aries, Moses had to be what? To evade infanticide. Moses had to be put in a reed, sent down. He had to be hid to escape infanticide. And when Moses finds out who he actually is, you feel me? And he goes back to Egypt, you feel me? Like Jesus goes back to Rome after he's been hidden, right? After Zeus goes back after he grown up, because he been hidden too, suckling on a goat, so suckling on a she goat, so he could get strong to go and kill the parent. You feel me? So Moses, the completion of the age, represented by Moses, the completion of the campaign to finally eradicate and subdue the mother, as represented by Moses, is the terror campaign under the new God's leadership. Under the new God's leadership, the terror campaign waged by Moses as a spiritual campaign to create all these plagues for the Egyptians, the black ass Egyptians, the terrible Egyptians who, quote, was enslaving the Hebrews. But the archaeological and anthropological position is that the Hebrews were never enslaved in Egypt, but were actually invaders. And that even though they were invaders, were still allowed to marry all the way up into the nobility of the Egyptians, to learn all the secrets of the Egyptians, and then to beat the Egyptians before leaving Egypt. You feel me? And so the plagues the ram's blood over the door, the Passover. You feel me? What else? The ram's horn that Aaron used to blow before every ceremony. The official completion of the domination of the mother as Venus, Inanna, Ishtar, Oshun, that completed the age of Taurus was documented in the story where they are on Mount Sinai. What does Mount Sinai mean? The mountain of the mother moon. So Moses goes up into Mount Sinai and he says he talks with God, but it's this new God. It's not the old God. It's this new God who's set on allowing his representatives to go from place to place to place to place to place. Isn't that the whole Old Testament? To go to place to place, place. They evil, they evil, they evil, they evil. Smite them, smite the Philistines, and the this and this, and the this and this, the Babylonian. Smite everybody because they all evil. What is the common denominator between, quote, all these evil places, all these evil people? Is the vestiges of their commitment to the mother deity, the old God. The mother God was still replete throughout each one of these places. So this birthing campaign called Genesis set his chosen people out to move through these different communities and smite everybody, to impose and implement and solidify the new God, Yahweh, as the greater God. Okay? But you have to slay the other gods. What does it mean to slay the other gods? Erase them from memory, eradicate them from history. That's what it means to slay the other gods. So Moses, when his campaign in Egypt is done, and they're about to transition into the new age. That's what it means to go into the new land, is to transition into the new age. But before that happens, he has to go and commune with the new God. So he goes up into Mount Sinai, the mountain of the mother moon. And he's up there so long, quote, communing with God, that the people that he done led through the wilderness is like, he ain't coming back. Where he at? He got us out here. We starving and shit. He's like, they was like, we need to resurrect our old gods. Because we was living nice. We was living relatively nice when we was worshiping the old gods. Isn't that what they say? Because that's what Taurus represents. The Garden of Eden, the abundance, the bounty under the mother. And we done followed this dude. And we out here in the desert. You understand? Everybody give me your gold. Everybody give me your jewelry, your gold. We're gonna melt this joint down and we're gonna erect a golden bull calf. We're gonna go back to worshiping the mother. That's what the story is about. We're gonna go back to worshiping the mother. And so Moses, as the solar representation of the transition from the age of Taurus to the age of Aries, Moses comes down out of Mount Sinai with 2 stone tablets in his hand with the instructions for the implementation of the new age, the 10 Commandments. And when he comes down and he is seeing all these people who have gone back into the worship of the mother, right? The golden bull calf, the son of the mother, Venus and Anna, the Garden of Eden, Ishtar, right? He is like, all of you who are on my side, what did he say? All of you who are on the side of God, the side of the future, come over here with me. And a few little handful of people come over there where he at. And all of the people who are dancing and singing and playing music and like, yes, what were we thinking? It's the mother all along. It's the mother. They worshiping the bull calf. You understand? And he, as the representative of the new God that has just spent 2,500 years slaying every image of the mother that they come into contact with, he is outraged. And he takes the stone tablets of the new war God and slams them on the earth below. And what does the Bible say? That the ground made a great rumble and opened up. And everybody who remained in the old age, in the age of the mother, in the age of the past, in the age of the goddess, everybody who remained down below in the old age was consumed by fire. Isn't that what the Bible say about all those who was down below worshiping the bull calf? That the earth opened up and all were consumed by fire. And then that moment, the complete destruction of the old age is the moment that represented the transition from the old age into the new age of Aries, which is who? Aries in every tradition is who? It's the god of war. It's the god of iron. Ogun is Aries. Mars is Aries. The transition from the Garden of Eden and to the transition from the age of the mother, the age of bounty, the age of love, the age of prosperity, and its slow transition into the age of war, the age of iron, the age of war, the age of iron, right? And then in this 2,500 year period, this move through the Bible, this next 2,500 year period, which was defined by war. The world created through the image of a war god, the age of Aries. And the simultaneous birth of, quote, Jesus also corresponds with what? A little bit before, because you see the transition takes some time. So in the age of Aries, I don't know about how many years. I think it's like, how many years BCE? 300 and something years BCE? 700 and something years BCE? I forget. But during the age of Aries is another Genesis, because this transition of Moses from the age of Taurus into the age of Aries, Moses didn't live 2,500 years. You feel me? So there's a whole bunch of other stories that are reiterating this period as a defining age of Aries or war, right? The Iron Age. This is called, in the history of the ages, this is called the Iron Age here, right? And so, and guess what the Taurus age is called? The Golden Age. So we got the Iron Age here, right? And so in this period, closely approaching the closing out of the age, Rome is born. And the story of how Rome is born is to this day some weird ass mythological story about two twins. Damn. Hold on. God damn it. So here's this story. Okay. Transitioning, getting ready, getting prepared for the new age, because this birth of Rome is happening towards the closing out of the Aryan age. This story is closing out. The birth of Rome is approaching the closing of the Aryan age. Okay. So here you have Romulus and Remus, twins. According to the story that you can't find no story contradicting about the origins of Rome, that these twins were the product of Mars or Aries. These twins were the product of Mars impregnating a human woman, and the human woman gave birth to the twins, Remus and Romulus. And because the twins were the product of her rape by a god, she abandoned the twins in the forest and the twin babies were found by a she-wolf who nursed the twins. And then once they got a certain age, moved into civilization and were seen as divine. And they quote created Rome together, but one got jealous of the other. Sound like Cain and Abel, don't it? One got jealous of the other, and Romulus murdered his brother Remus to become the first, was it emperor? It was emperor, king. I forget. There's a breakdown from like King Rome, emperor, so and so, right? But anyway, the first quote ruler of Rome, as the founder of Rome, was Romulus, who slays his brother to take complete power. Now, the story that is propagated to this day, I told you, I'll look for hours trying to find, quote, the actual real origins of Rome. And even the History Channel, the BBC, all these history networks, that's the origin story that they give, is that these mysterious twins were born to a woman who said that she had been raped by the god Mars and abandoned the children upon birth. And the children were rescued by a she-wolf that nursed them until they were able to go out into the world. And this is why Rome is called Rome, is because Remus and Romulus were supposedly the sons of Mars. This is the story, right? The origin story of Rome. That they were literally the progeny of the god of war, right? And so Rome emerges. I think it's 300. I might be wrong. Maybe 700, but I want to say it's 300. 300 years before the birth of Christ, Rome emerges, right? And comes out the gate, the prodigal son. They come out the gate conquering. They come out the gate slaying. They come out the gate waging war in such a new and innovative way that it made it difficult for people to reject them, because they, as the gods of iron, the personification of the Iron Age, had started to do, because before then it was like Vikings and Celts and warring tribes, and so they didn't have a real sophistication in the warring process. It was just brute force and shit. But they say that Rome was responsible for modernizing warfare. And this is what gave them the ability to easily dominate throughout the known world, was because they had done things in war that no other group of people had done, as the personification, as the offspring of the god of war. This is them. And so this is the age that Jesus, the son in its new transition through the next house. So Moses is the overall chief personification. Adam is the first personification of the son through the house of Taurus. Moses, starting in the age of Taurus, is foreshadowing the entry into the new age. Why do I say foreshadowing? Because all of the ram symbolism we start to see in the age of Taurus. Aaron as the representative of this new group of emerging people with this new God. Aaron, but not just then. What was the primary sacrificial request throughout the age of Taurus? Ram was the ram. The ram was the primary sacrificial animal for the god Yahweh. Ram was what you would cut on the altar, what you would bleed on the altar. And towards when Moses comes in to the fray, towards the closing of the age, Those of you who are tuning in from IG, my feed is about to cut off. I have 23 seconds remaining. So I will reopen the feed as soon as this goes off. Okay. Or you can join me on YouTube at DaughterOfTheFates. But anyway, so Moses is born when? Right? Because the beginning of the age is Adam. He is the patriarch of the Genesis. Adam as the first man, right? And so Adam as the first man, the literal progenitor, the literal beginning of this new God's chosen representatives on earth. And then, of course, this is 2,500 years. So there's a bunch of men that become indicative of this new God's walk through this age, right? There's Adam, and then there's like Methuselah, and who else? There's Noah, and then these are all the patriarchs that are a representative of the son or the new God, his movement through this first age, this Genesis age, this age of Taurus. Moses is the last patriarch of this last age. He is born before the transition to the new age, but he is a representative of that space between the ages. That's why he had Aaron blowing the horn, ram symbolism all throughout the age of Taurus in the Bible, right? And so when the ram was a foreshadowing of what? The coming of the new age. The ram symbolism, the ram sacrifice, the ram horns, the Passover with the ram's blood on the door, right? In the age of Taurus, the ram in the age of Taurus is a foreshadowing of the coming age that is going to dominate. And so Moses represents the completion of the old age, the son's move from the old age to the new age. And so the new age, Moses represents the beginning of this new age, this new warrior class that is going to eradicate heathenism from the planet. That's their goal, right? We the ones. We are the sons of Mars. And so Rome being given birth to, again, foreshadowing the new age, Rome is given birth to at the closing out of the old age. But Rome has had such a successful campaign in the conquest of the known world, right? That let's see. So Rome, okay, and so Rome has taken a lot of these philosophies and mythologies from other cultures, and we're like, look, we can do this shit well. All roads lead to Rome. So we can manipulate the mythology however we see fit. So this is happening in the real world, even as the Bible is foreshadowing the sun, the SUN's movement through the Aryan age. And I've made a point to mention that at the closing of the age of Aries is when Rome is founded, right? And at that same time, this is how the story of Jesus emerges. The foreshadowing among the warrior class. Let me tell you the trick that was played here by the warrior class, by God's chosen people as represented in the Bible, in the Old Testament. Because even as they entered into the world, a quote, superior warrior class who their God guaranteed dominion over the whole earth, and all else outside them was to serve them. This is why they can emerge in the world seeing anybody else that was not them as other. And if they could not subdue them to make the evil ones serve them, then their God said they had no choice but to slay all others, because I gave y'all through your great ancestor Adam, I gave y'all dominion over the earth. Not everybody, just y'all. I gave y'all dominion over the earth. And if somebody is posted up on land that I promised you, it becomes your job to slay those who are occupying land that is yours, that belongs to you. And so you see movements through the age of Taurus and through the age of Aries defined not only by brigandage, this is the hint to the Pisces, defined not only by brigandage and warfare and brutality, but at the same time, while waging war on the known world, the descendants of Adam, the children of Adam, right? Not only while simultaneously waging war on the whole world, the whole quote other world, the whole quote evil world, this book still allows them to portray themselves at the same time as the victims of the whole world. That same world that they have set their sights on to destroy, they, in that same book, while they slaying and smiting and all of that stuff, in that same book, they constantly portray themselves as the perpetual victims to the evils of the world. The evil others, the heathens, the pagans, the this and this and this and this. And so this split personalities disorder that will further be represented in the age of Pisces, the split personalities disorder, where they are both the simultaneous victims and heroes, because their heroic action comes from an honest place. We have to smite everybody because everybody is evil. Everybody that's not us is evil. And so we have to smite everybody. So they become these simultaneous heroes and victims. They're not the villains of the Bible. They're not the villains. They're not the villains because they are the progeny of Adam, God's chosen, who he handcrafted himself. Because they are, quote, the direct descendants of Adam. There is no crime that they can commit on behalf of God. You see what I'm saying? There ain't no crime that what they do that is deemed an order from God is not a crime. It's not a sin. This split personalities disorder continues throughout the whole book. Moses gives a 10 commandment that seems pretty clear cut. I'm a jealous God. Thou shalt have no God before me. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt honor thy mother and thy father, that thy days may be long. You know what I'm saying? Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Pretty straightforward shit. You feel me? But that same list of commandments in the hands of a warrior class, born warrior class, does not apply to them. There should be an asterisk after it. Thou shalt not kill unless Yahweh says that these people are posted up on your land that I promised to you, and therefore you must smite them in order to occupy this land that I done gave you, because they evil spirits might jump up off. But you can't co-live with them. You see, you can't live with them. That's what the scriptures say. You can't live among them and with them, because to live with them is to have their evil and wilding ways infect your spirit. Because see, demons be jumping from person to person. And to make sure that they demons don't jump up off on you, you feel me? You got to smite everything living. What does the Bible say in Leviticus? The birds of the air, the beasts of the land, the babes and the aged. Smite them all. Purify the land before you post up on it, because the evil spirits might infect you. You feel me? And so here, even as they are slaying for one age, 2,500 years, 2 ages, 2,500 years, they have become masterful at the arts, so much so that the personification of the war god, the personification of the age of Aries, the age of iron, is the birth, the fucking mystical, because it's not even seen as mythology, this story, the mystical birth of Romulus and Remus, who are, quote, the sons of Mars. Literally, Mars then came out the sky, done impregnated some human woman. She done left the babies in the motherfucking woods to be nursed to health by a she-wolf, to emerge, disappeared. 33 years later, what happened? They founded Rome, but one got jealous of the other, and so he killed his brother because he wanted to rule alone. And this is the origin of the story of the peak personification of the age of Aries. And in this age of Aries, that is still, because this ain't the Hebrew people, okay? Now, I'm talking two different things. I'm talking about history, I'm talking about scripture. The age of the Hebrew people through this age of Aries is happening as Rome is being born, okay? So Rome, in the age of Aries, historically, is still pagan. Rome is still pagan. The Hebrews supposedly are being crucified by Rome, being abused by Rome. You feel me? And the Hebrew people are telling a story of a Messiah. This because they abused, you know what I'm saying? Because they innocent, you feel me? They begin to tell a story of a king, of a Messiah that would come and represent their interest in the world. You feel me? He would be the chief. And this king that would come, you understand, would lead them into this bright and prosperous future, this promised land. You feel me? This is happening within the context of historically, that this biblical story I just told you is happening. This is when they start talking about a Messiah, is in the age of Aries. This is happening within the context of the historical emergence of Rome and the Hebrews being persecuted by the Romans. Okay? Now, in this little juxtaposition here is a story I told you earlier about how the Hebrews and this telling of these stories that they talking about, the later scriptures in the Old Testament, Isaiah and Jeremiah and all of that, and all of these old chapters near the end of the Old Testament are foreshadowing this coming Messiah. You feel me? That's going to save them. This is happening within the context of the emergence of Rome. And this talk of the Messiah, the coming Messiah, is the foreshadowing of the coming age. Because the Messiah means what? It means Savior. What is the SUN always called? The light of the world, the Savior of humanity, the light of the sun. And so they're talking about this Messiah, this coming Messiah, right? Now, right around here, now the Hebrews have already been in Rome for some time now, suffering their persecution and high taxation and all of this stuff. Contradictions with the sellouts in their communities, the Pharisees and the Sadducees and all of this stuff, right? And in this approach to the new age is the Roman emperor at that time. I don't remember who he was. The Roman emperor at that time, the story goes that he received a prophecy. This is going to sound familiar too. He received a prophecy that a child would be born, and that this child would guarantee his end. This child would guarantee his end. And so this is the basis for the supposed infanticide on the firstborn of all the Hebrew people by the Roman emperor at the time. This is what gave rise to him sending soldiers out to slay all the firstborn. Sound familiar? Okay. And so Jesus, like Moses, was hidden, was born. Mary and a husband, Joseph, they take off. They go on the run, and they find a place in Bethlehem. You feel me? And in this place in Bethlehem, you feel me? This is where she is visited by the three magi, or the three wise men who followed the star or whatever, that was going to point to the birth of this magical, mystical human being. Cut it out, big head. And at the moment, because what do they say? At the birth of Christ, right? There was a great conjunction. It was the great conjunction that alerted the three wise men, because supposedly the great conjunction, right, pointed to the location where the Messiah was going to be. Who is the Messiah? The S-U-N. The great conjunction was going to point at the place where the Son was going, the S-U-N, was going to be born. And that's where they went, right? To witness the birth of the Son or the Messiah. So the three magi to go. And at the moment that this conjunction happened, pointing to the birth of the Son, is when we went from the Aryan age to the Piscean age. The birth of Christ is the the birth of Christ, the birth of the Son, is the point at which that transition was complete from the Aryan age to the Piscean age. Okay, so this represents the Son's movement, and the Son in this period that has been placed in the center by Rome during the Aryan age. The Son, the S-U-N, has been placed into, because this time change that I'm talking about, this calendar change, this Julian time change that I'm talking about happened here. This is the period where Rome changed time, and the Son's movement through the age of Pisces, right? And so it is at the birth of Christ, right? And, they say that Christ disappeared, right? Because of the threat on his life. And he was gone for what? 33 years. About the same time that Moses was gone. You feel me? He disappeared and reemerged at 33 years old to lead his people to freedom. You feel me? So Jesus is born and supposedly disappears off the scene. And there's some theories that he went and studied with the Tibetan monks or some shit, whatever. And then he emerged back on the scene at 33 years of age, to be the valiant Messiah for the Hebrew people. And then his trek with the 12 homies. And each of the 12 homies is a representative of characteristics of all the houses, right? 12 homies, okay? Jesus is the personification, the S-U-N, the Christ, the S-U-N is the personification of the Son's reign in the Piscean age. Therefore, it's replete with what? Images of two fish everywhere. Fish to fish to fish. You look at the Roman Catholic Church right now. Fish everywhere. Fish symbolism everywhere, right? So Jesus is going through the thing, going through the thing, going through the thing. And he got all these new rules that are different than the old rules, because I told you Jesus in this watery personification, this dualistic personification, yes, on the surface, he's the genteel, nice, he's solving problems, he's healing people's sickness. Jesus is the goat personification of the Capricorn. His fish personification in Pisces is because it's two fish. Split personalities disorders, right? You've got the feminine fish, which represents the upper firmament, and you've got the bottom fish, which represents the lower firmament of the unseen, the mystical, the hidden. The hidden and the mystical, the unseen, and the hidden is antithetical to the upper firmament, the seen, the loving, the religious, the spiritual. And it is the feminine fish. Just like the goat of the Capricorn is the representation of the last vestige or age of the mother, of the reign of the mother, while the fish is foreshadowing this coming unseen in the duplicity of the Pisces. So in the meantime, Jesus is born out of the Old Testament into the New Testament, supposedly the descendant of a singular line that started with Adam, and God finds his mother worthy of inhabiting her body with himself to be born his son. You feel me? And so that's the duplicity, is because Jesus is God. Isn't that what they say? Jesus is God, but Jesus is also God's son. You feel me? And between the two, so if we're looking at the two fish, right? God is the hidden, the unseen, the mystical. the opposition. And Jesus, as the feminine expression of this Old Testament God, this warring God, this secretive God, this you cannot possibly know my ways and thinking God, just do what the fuck I say. And then the upper fish is himself as his feminine side, but he's still got to be a man because he is a male dominated war God, right? And so, but he has to present in a way that's more sensitive and caring and loving, because this is the manipulation. You feel me? And the red little ribbon or string that connects the two fish, because when you look at the Pisces, they are connected. They're facing away from each other and they are connected by a red string, right? And that red string, I believe, I might be wrong, but that red string is what unites them. So even if it's the duplicity, you know, the acting masks, right? The acting mask that's supposed to represent two sides of yourself, the smiling self and the angry self, or the sad self, or the mad self, sad self, whatever. That's it. That's that energy. Because the Pisces fish are one. They are united. They are bound together by that red string that look like an umbilical cord. They are one. You feel me? And this is the great Jack move pulled in the transition to the New Testament, because this New Testament Jesus don't look nothing like the Yahweh God of the Old Testament. And so there was a lot of resistance to Jesus in the New Testament being the Messiah because he was too soft. You feel me? And so he's now talking about the Gentiles and the chosen coming together. And I came to shed my blood as God, right? As God to, to save the heathens from themselves, to save Gentiles from themselves. You feel me? To offer salvation to the Gentiles. And so this upper feminine, this upper fish, this seen personification of this loving, benevolent, esoteric, almost Buddha-esque, transcendent, yogic, meditative, sufferer for the whole of humanity personification of God, still has as his father, or the other half of his self, this unseen aspect of himself, which is his father, which is the father of the Old Testament. Because what does the Bible say? That Jesus is God. And at the same time, Jesus is God's son. Jesus is God manifest in the flesh. So while Jesus is out there feeding the multitudes with 2 fish and 2 loaves of bread, you feel me? And while Jesus is doing the this and that and this and that and this and that, you feel me? His ambitions remain the same as the Old Testament God. This is the unseen. This is the lower fish. This is the antagonistic fish. This is the fish that represents the lower firmament. The ambitions are still the same, right? And so Jesus, as the age of Pisces, as the sun's movement through the age of Pisces, nearing the end of his reign in Pisces, Jesus, he has the Last Supper. He invites the clique who has been roaming to and fro with him to the Last Supper. You feel me? And he says to them, he's like, look, my time is up. My time is nearing. And at the cock's crow, was it 2? 2 of y'all are going to deny me. 2 of y'all going to betray me. You feel me? And he said, but that's all right. This is what I came here to do. I incarnated to die for the sins of man. You feel me? To take upon myself the sins of the world that I created. But I digress, right? He said, that's what I came to do. He said, but I just want you to know, do not despair, because I'm going to come back. I am going to return. You feel me? And when I do, this is where you will find me. This is him preparing them for what to look for in the next age. Jesus as the SUN in Pisces, knowing that his end is near. He says, go into Bethlehem. He said, because the disciples was like, well, how we going to know where you at? Where we going to find you? Where you going to be at? What you going to look like? He said, look, go into the land of Bethlehem. There you will find a man bearing a pitcher of water. Follow him into the house therein. This is the water bearer. This is the water bearer. Aquarius. Jesus said, the next time I come back, I'm going to be the sun in Aquarius. And so I'm going to look different than I do in this age. Go to the house therein, the water bearer. Go to the house therein, and there I shall be. That's what he said. That's in the King James Version Bible. That's the KJV right there. He said, go to the house therein, and there I will be. Right? So if Jesus in the Bible is saying, I'm about to be over here in Aquarius, then why is the very last book in the Bible such a horror story that is unlike any other book in the Bible, Old Testament or New? The Old Testament is a horror story, but it is real world horror stories. It's brigandage and looting and killing and raping and imprisoning and slavery, is all the terrible stuff that they had to do to, quote, solidify themselves in the world as God's chosen people. That's the Old Testament. Then the New Testament is the flip that God made. He was like, okay, this strategy I got ain't working no more. Let me birth myself through a woman of my choosing who is worthy of me inhabiting her body, to give birth to myself as my son, so I can know what it feels like to walk among men, so they can relate to me as I attempt to save their soul by allowing myself to be murdered. This is the story. And so God as the Son, God as the Father, and God as the Son, moving through Pisces, because all these stories are terrible stories, right? But then you get to Aquarius, or the Revelation, because when he says, follow the man bearing a pitcher of water into the house therein, he literally says the house. He literally says the house. He says the water bearer who goes into the house, follow him into the house therein, follow him into the house where he lived, and there I shall be, right? So Aquarius is the foreshadowing of the Piscean savior as he is about to transition into the Aquarian age, or the next house. So if it's, quote, Jesus, then why is the Revelation written like a horror story, unlike any other story in the Bible? With demons and dragons and beasts of the air and beasts of the sea and animals with 10 and 7 heads and the blood of the saints and like, it's a horror story. And the moon turned dark, and the sun turned dark, and the moon turned to blood, and in the legion and all of this shit, and the 7-year tribulation and the rapture of the church, where everybody on earth just gonna disappear. Those in Christ, first the dead were gonna come up out their corpses. You feel me? The dead in Christ will rise first, come up out the graves and shit, and then those who are alive in Christ will go up into the air to meet Jesus on the cloud. Like, it's a horror story, the whole Revelation. Why is the book of Revelations unlike any other story in the the 3 ages of the movement through the Bible? Because of this whole long astrological story I just told you. Because of the whole astrological story I just told you. Pisces, who is governed by Neptune, the god of the deep, the god of the hidden, the unseen, right? Pisces is governed by the planet Neptune, who, according to everything, is every culture. Neptune is the god of the lower firmament, the unseen, the hidden, that which is where the sun cannot penetrate in the ocean. Neptune, who represents the hidden, the age of the hidden, that we are now transitioning out of as of November 19th. And Aquarius represents what? A new age, right? Meaning a new 2,500 year period. Aquarius is the next age that we're moving into, the 2,500 year period. But at the same time that we are transitioning into this new age of the new age of Aquarius, right? We are also experiencing the movement, and we've been in the process of that movement since 2012, since 2012. So this transition of the great year, the 25,000 year period that officially began its transition in 2012, that too is ending out of Pisces and entering the Aquarian age, the great year, or the Aquarian great year, the number one year of the next 25,000 years, as simultaneously happening. Both of those things, the age of Aquarius, the 2,500 year period, and the great year that also begins in the sign of Aquarius, right? This place in our revolution around and through the Milky Way galaxy is happening at the same time in the Aquarian age. And Aquarius is governed by great grandmother Crone, she who had her image has been transformed, right? And she who governs the space in between when we're annually coming through Capricorn, right? This is significant because these movements through the signs of the sun, the reason that the Revelation was written as a horror story was because it was detailing this point in human history. It was detailing this period, this moment in human history, where these three things were going to be unfolding simultaneously, right? These three things were going to be unfolding simultaneously. And this is why it was written as a horror story, because Aquarius, as the quote water bearer, and we always see Aquarius at the water bearer as a male holding a pitcher of water, pouring the waters of the heavens, the enlightenment, the upper firmament upon earth for the rapid enlightenment of human beings. And we always see Aquarius as a male doing this, right? Pouring the waters of rapid transformation and revolutionary leaps forward as a male, right? But Aquarius is a female. Aquarius as the enlightenment. Aquarius as what? The light bearer. Who was called the light bearer was called Venus, but Aquarius as the personification of Saturn, that was called what? The black sun, or the black light of the night. It's the black sun, Saturn. Aquarius is Saturn, is a personification of Saturn, grandmother Crone, she who is the governess of all time, the threads of fate, right? And so I'm gonna close with this. I'm telling you this, and it's so wonderful how this just came all the way back around. I'm telling you this because I have not done, because I don't want to rush it, but I have not done my breakdown of the movie Wicked yet. I have not done my breakdown of the movie Wicked yet because it's so deep and it's so visceral that I'll be honest, it has given me fits, okay? But when I first started watching the movie, let me see where my cliff notes say. When I first started watching the movie, where my notes at? Yeah, here it is. Okay. I just started from the beginning with my pen and paper ready and just started writing notes, right? And I don't know if anybody caught it. Tajali, tell me if you caught it. But when the opening of the movie, Tajali, let me know you still here. Because Tajali is the one mainly. It ain't just her exclusively, but it's mainly her that's been kicking my ass about doing a breakdown of the movie Wicked, right? So I went ahead, had no intentions of watching it, truth be told. But I was like, you know what, let me go ahead. And so I watched it. And so she'd have really been the one like on me. She probably gone to bed. I know it's late. But anyway, in the very opening of the movie, like when the moderator is doing the little prologue, right? Before you even see any people, there is a very short prologue at the very beginning of the movie. Has anybody seen the movie yet? Raise your hands, give me a hands up if you've seen Wicked already. Okay. All right. So in the epilogue, prologue, whatever, of the movie, the very first words you hear, I was like, oh shit. The very first word you hear is a quote. Actually, I didn't write the whole quote. I thought I made bullets from it, but it went something like this. The very opening of the movie where the screen is still dark, it said this. At the 13th hour, or wait a minute, it said something about melting at the 13th hour time dragon clock. Melting at the 13th hour of the time dragon clock. Was the direct result of a bucket of water thrown by a female child. I got to get the exact quote. But that's pretty much it. The opening monologue. Melting at the 13th hour of the time dragon clock that was the direct result of a bucket of water thrown by a female child. And then the movie begins. And I'm like, that was an oddly, seemingly unconnected prologue to the beginning of the movie. That's a musical and all upbeat and shit. I was like, how weird. Right? The 13th hour of the time dragon clock, the direct result of a bucket of water thrown by a female child. When I saw the advertisement of Wicked, I immediately thought about the Queen of Heaven, Venus, and how they have the black woman, the witch, and the white woman, Ariana, as the princess. Yes, but I want to go back to this fucking prologue, because I just spent 3.5, almost 4 hours, almost 5 hours talking to you guys about astrological symbolism and shit, right? Here is a movie called Wicked that comes out. Somebody, what was the date? What was the date of release? Can somebody Google voiceovers by Stephanie Marie? Google the release date for Wicked for me. Google the date that it was released. Do that for me. Because I watched it on November 30th. But somebody quickly Google what was the actual release date for the movie Wicked. I thought I had done that. Let me see. I thought I had done that. Let me see. Did I do that somewhere? Because I got like 5 pages of notes from the movie. Claudia Ankra, voiceovers by Stephanie Marie. One of y'all, somebody do a Google search really quick for me. I can't do it while I'm on here. Do a Google search for me. And okay. Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay. So the release date for the movie So the release date for the movie, okay, thank you. The release date for the movie was November 22nd. Shit, I did that wrong. Hold on. I did that wrong. Okay. So the release date for the movie was 11/22/2024. The release date for the movie was 11/22/2024. 3 days after this transition that I've been talking to y'all about, November 19th of 2024. 3 days after Pluto permanently transitions into Aquarius, this movie is released. Its official release date, okay? 3 days after most astrologers agree was the official transition of Pluto into Aquarius, making our transition complete in our transition into the age of Aquarius. Our official transition into the age of Aquarius, which was 11/19 of 2024. 3 days later, this movie, Wicked, was released. The introduction to this movie says that melting at the 13th hour time dragon clock was the direct result of a bucket of water thrown by a female child. And I just told y'all that the reason that the New Testament book of Revelations is written as a horror story by patriarchs who had ruled the last 3 ages. Patriarchs that had ruled the last 3 ages. The reason it is written as a horror story is because this age is a prediction of the end of this 3-age reign of patriarchs. This movement of patriarchs through thousands of years, when they see, quote, the signs, and it is antithetical to everything that they have enjoyed through these movements, through the age, the spoils, the unlimited, boundless spoils of war and secrets and mysteries and hidden histories and erasure, that this story was written to foretell the end of a great age, right? The end of a great age. The last age is Pisces. The end of a last great year, 25,000 years, is Pisces. The end of the age and the great year happening at the same time, both foretelling the simultaneous end of the old. Let me do this way. End of the old and birth of the new great year, the new age, the new age and the new great year. The first house, the first sign of our Earth's particular rotation, angular wobble through all of the houses of the zodiac that would equal 2,500 years. This age is concerning to them because the mother of this age is the black sun. The mother of this age is great-grandmother Crone. The mother, the governess that is giving birth to this age is Saturn, who they have called for a millennia the great malefic, the evil one, the serpent, the Leviathan, the beast that rises from the sea, Lucifer, Satan, the fallen angel, for 3 millennia. Grandmother Crone has been reduced to the primordial evil black one, the personification of all things evil. This is why the revelation had to be written like a horror story, because for 3 millennia, the son, her son, has reigned supreme. For 3 millennia, her son has reigned supreme, has dominated, vilified, subdued her. For 3 millennia, her son has reigned supreme. You feel me? And the astrological understanding of the crafters of this book understood the astronomical and astrological significance of the rounding out of the great year in our leap forward into the new great year, and simultaneously the new age, both the 25,000 year cycle and the 2,500 year cycle, both at the same time, governed by Saturn, governed by great grandmother Crone. That's why even the references of the Whore of Babylon, which the Whore of Babylon was a representation of what we are told is the first known religion, Sumeria, Babylon, right? Inanna is the Whore of Babylon, right? Inanna is the Whore of Babylon. And here they are, all these millennia later, referencing in the forthcoming of this terrible age. This terrible age. Here they are referencing again, after y'all done long since subdued her, the Whore of Babylon, as a representative spirit of, quote, what? As a, quote, representative spirit of the Antichrist, the Whore of Babylon. That's what they did in the Old Testament. Who is the Antichrist? According to ancient understanding, the Antichrist is the antagonist to the sun, the sun, the daytime sun, and its antagonist, or the Antichrist, is the black sun or the night sun, Saturn. Saturn, who is great grandmother Crone. Saturn, who is great grandmother Crone. And I've been telling y'all for 4 years that if I have come to understand, I believe, right? I think most of us do, that Jesus never existed, that the entity, that a living human being named Jesus Christ never existed, that Jesus is a metaphor for an old metaphor of Christ-like saviors from all these other traditions that predate Christianity by millennia, right? And that Jesus is just the most recent personification of this solar deity that is a representation of movements through houses, right? That if the birth of Christ is the proposed biblical birth of Christ is an astronomical event. The proposed birth of Christ is an astronomical event. The sun emerging on the, or being resurrected or being given birth to on the spring equinox in a new sign. That's what Jesus's birth represented, right? Was the spring equinox in a certain house is representative of the sun's, quote, birth or resurrection on the spring equinox in the entry of that new sign or in that new house. So if the birth of Jesus was an astrological event, an astronomical and an astrological event, then why would we think that the Antichrist is not too an astrological event, an astrological and astronomical event? If Christ is the personification of the birth of the sun on the spring equinox in a particular sign, as an astronomical event that is anthropomorphized in mythology, then the Antichrist of the Revelation 2 must be an astrological event and an astronomical event. And if this event, based on the Revelation, calling it the Antichrist, is antithetical to the Christ of the old age, of the age that we are transitioning out of, if Christ is the representative of the Piscean age, Jesus Christ is his personification in the Piscean age, then his next personification in the new age will be as Antichrist. So it will be antithetical to the symbolism and events and all of the shit that were inherent in the sun in the age of Pisces. The sun's behavior and movements and characteristics in the age of Aquarius will be different, not only different, but antithetical. Why? Because the sun in Pisces is the last sign in the great year and the whole great year, and it is the last sign in the precession of the equinoxes. The precession of the equinoxes is, again, our clockwise movement through all the signs. And in the precession of the equinoxes, Pisces is the last sign and Aquarius is the first. In the precession through the signs in our year, our annual year, Aries was made first. Aries was made the first sign, right? And so we move through the signs, and Pisces is the last age this way. In our annual year, Pisces is the last sign before we transition into Aries. But Western understanding of the new year, our new Western New Year, is the kicker. Because while this is, quote, the first day of spring is a, quote, representation of the birth of Christ, right? We don't call in the Western world, even though we recognize and acknowledge that the spring equinox is the, quote, not the birth of Christ, the resurrection of Christ. We recognize that the resurrection, or we acknowledge the resurrection at the spring equinox. And still in astronomy, and astrology, we recognize Aries as the first sign through the move through the houses. But what did the Julian Roman calendar do? Make a nod to this period in human history where the dark triumphs over light. When is that? Here in Capricorn, the sea goat, on the winter solstice, when the mother is at her strongest, where dark has finally conquered the light, where the darkness has conquered the light, and the sun, the sun, is said to have what? Died on the cross. The cross is a what do you call it? A constellation. The cross, or the crux, is a constellation. And so when the sun becomes its shortest or its weakest in its move through the year, the Cometics say this is the point where Set overthrows Ra, the winter solstice, right? And so this is the nod from Rome still, because this is still a Roman calendar, right? So even though, pagans and stuff recognize, and astrologers recognize, that the first sign of the year is Aries, in the Roman calendar, the simultaneous end of the year and beginning of the year happens within both the mother's personifications, herself as the wicked, black, evil she-goat, the wicked she-goat, the evil, the dark, the sexual deviancy and parties and drunkenness and debauchery, the winter solstice, right? And then when the sun, 3 days after the equinox, which is what? December 25th. When the sun is at its lowest point in heaven and it stations direct with the southern crux constellation that looks like a cross, and it stations right in the middle, it what? Appears to not move anymore for 3 days. Hence, died on the cross, was dead for 3 days, and then was resurrected. So when he, quote, resurrected, because he died on the cross on the 21st, on the winter solstice. When he resurrected on the 25th is why Christmas is celebrated as the, quote, birth of Christ. Because that was a foreshadowing, again, of what? The spring equinox to come, when things would be bountiful and flower and the rain and we could plant and da-da-da-da-da. It was a acknowledgement of the foreshadowing when the sun moves in the opposite direction after spending 3 days dead on the cross, that the days from that day on would be longer and longer and longer and longer, foreshadowing this abundant period where the plants come alive after the winter and we can start planting some seeds and it's warm. You feel me? It's marked by what? Fertility is warm. Now we can be sexually free and stuff. So they use the winter solstice of the old period as a way to try to tell a tale of the sun dying on the cross on the 21st, because that's antithetical. We say what? That this day, the winter solstice, is the longest night of the year. It is the day when dark has officially overpowered the light, or the night has officially overpowered the sun. And so this is a bad day for Christians, right? And Christian philosophy and shit. And so he died, the sun, the S-U-N, the S-O-N, died on the cross on December 21st. But they don't want to acknowledge that, right? And so what they did instead was hijack the story, because this story is about the victory of the mother over the dark. So what they do is they say when the sun moves back in the it was like 3 degrees in the opposite direction, showing it's no longer moving to become smaller and smaller and smaller on the winter solstice. The day that 3 days later, after it stops moving on the Southern Cross constellation, it moves 3 degrees in the opposite direction, foreshadowing the lengthening of the day. It resurrected. It came up in the opposite direction. And so they celebrate, they had to hijack the day so that the dark conquering the light wasn't the most significant thing. They took the resurrection of the sun and replaced it with this philosophy of the birth of the sun. The sun was born on that day. The sun didn't die 3 days before. The sun was born on the 25th when it moves into the opposite direction. And then they celebrate the resurrection on the official day of the spring equinox, the equal parts day and night. They celebrate the resurrection on Easter. Okay. And so, isn't it interesting that even as they changed the calendar to serve them, that in the way that they changed the calendar, it ends up that who is both the first and the last is Saturn. I am the first and the last. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the ending, is the two sides of her personification. She as Capricorn, mother's representation or representative victory over the dark, and she as her light self, her illuminating self, her self that shines light on mankind, that illuminates mankind, the Aquarian aspect of herself. And so I read, because Saturn is female, right? That's the consensus now. From now on, that Saturn is female, and her image and personification hijacked by her son in a coup. You feel me? And if Saturn is female, and I've been talking to y'all about her as female since what? May, March, whenever it was. If Saturn is female, and the reason that the revelation, which is Revelation is the foreshadowing instigated by Jesus of the coming of the new age. Revelation is about the age of Aquarius, the sun in Aquarius as the Antichrist and the bad guy and the demons and all of this shit, right? And if we're saying that this entry into Aquarius is marked simultaneously by the end of our year, starting on on December 21st, and our entry into the new year, which is Aquarius, and both signs are governed by her, who is female, Saturn, as we are in real time transitioning officially into the Aquarian age. And in this movie released 3 days after Pluto makes her transition into Aquarius, right? Makes her transition into Shango. And she starts off by saying, at the 13th hour of the time dragon clock, the direct result of a bucket of water thrown by a female child. The bucket of water thrown by the female child, the female child is Aquarius, pouring out the waters of heaven, the waters of the upper firmament. The female child who has thrown a direct result of a bucket of water thrown by a female child in this movie, Wicked. This is the prologue. This is the first thing you hear watching the movie. What is the 13th hour? The 13th hour is, again, a nod at the fact that this calendar is supposed to have 13 houses and not 12. Does that mean that the current clock that we use that has 12 hours is supposed to have 13 hours? Right? This is what she's saying. At the 13th hour. And then the second thing she said. So she's talking about the 13th hour. I told you, spent a whole long time talking about how Rome manipulated time. Rome had to manipulate time if it was going to emulate the power of its mother. Rome had to manipulate time if it was going to mimic the power of its mother, which is Grandmother Crone, the guardian of time, the weaver of human fate, right? So that's the 13th hour. Then she says the 13th hour of the time dragon clock. Why is that significant? Anybody know right off the top of their head? Why is the time dragon clock significant? Anybody? I can't believe I've been on here this long. Anybody know why that's significant? This sounds like it's the mother and her daughter who represents the queen of heaven and her daughter. Well, the time track, at least the way I'm feeling it, is at least the way I felt when I first heard her say that, because I wrote a side note. I wrote a note off to the side where she said time dragon clock, melting at the 13th hour of the time dragon clock. Those things are not wrong, but it's simpler than that. It's simpler than what you guys are saying. What I felt like when she said the time dragon clock is because this same year that all this magical shit is happening, right? Pluto transitioning into Aquarius for the first time in 252 years, right? Our entry into the Aquarian age just a month ago, you feel me? All of this shit happening, right? The simultaneous closing out, ending of the Piscean age, all this shit happening. The time dragon clock this year, 2024, as of February, was the Chinese year of the dragon. This year, 2024, as of February, the Chinese New Year, we entered into the year of the dragon. This is the year of the dragon. Remember, I don't know if y'all heard, but like the 4B movement, and I think it was South Korea and Japan in response to in response to the birthing crisis, and South Korea in direct response to the 4B movement, had launched a campaign, like a whole propaganda campaign, trying to, quote, encourage women to get pregnant this year so that they could have dragon babies, because it's the year of the dragon. And there was a whole campaign to like win people like in their heartstrings through like, cultural celebration and shit. And there was whole campaigns launched to encourage women to give your baby the greatest gift they could ever get is to be born in the year of the dragon. Have your dragon babies. That happened this year. And so this movie, Wicked, which I have so much to say about, this movie, Wicked, started with a prologue talking about the 13th hour, the melting at the 13th hour of the time dragon clock was the direct result of a bucket of water thrown by a female child 3 days after our official entry into the age of Aquarius. That happened 3 days after me and many other radical witchy bitches got up on top of this mountain in LA and cast a global conspiracy. That happened. But I found it interesting that this movie called the female child holding the bucket of water a female. Yeah. So anyway, I hope this was interesting. It was fun for me. It has completely derailed what was supposed to be my progress for the night. I've been on here for 5 hours. Oh, that is diabolical, trying to combat the 4B movement. Yes, they did that. Not too many women took the bait, though. But I just saw recently like stories that were coming in from news broadcasters all over about how for several months, especially right after the Chinese New Year began, how that was the campaign being launched. Be sure to get pregnant. Be sure to get pregnant this year. Be sure to get pregnant this year. The year of the dragon. Yep. Oh yeah, Lisa J. Yes. I think 2025 is the serpent, right? It's the snake. Am I wrong? I think I'm right. 2025 is the year of the snake. I think I read that right. Is that right, Lisa J? Correct me if I'm wrong. Yup. Okay, then. There you go. 2 serpents back to back. The year of the dragon and the year of the snake. Yep. Yeah. So when I go into these like deep dives with you, when I go into these deep dives with you, this was so unintentional. I'm going to have to rename this and everything, but this is the period Neptune has begin its stationing motion direct, which I told you is going to take to complete. So Neptune is a heavy planet. It's heavy, it's deep. Sometimes it's painful in the deep that it dredges up. And so that began on Saturday, the 7th. And that transitioning motion to completely station direct is not completed until May. And isn't it interesting? Oh, fuck. God damn it. Oh my God. Damn. I'm telling y'all this is timely. Isn't it interesting that this planet, this heavy planet, Neptune, this is how I got on this whole 5-hour diatribe about Neptune being Olokun, the lower portion of the firmament of the lower waters, the waters where sun no longer penetrates, being represented by Olokun, aka Neptune. right? The dark, the deep, the hidden, the unseen, the mysteries, the secrets, the plots, the schemes, and how Yemaya represents the upper firmament, the portion of the ocean where the light still penetrates, right? And I started with that because I was telling you that on December 7th, Neptune shifted to begin its, because it's been in retrograde, I think since last March or last May. It stationed, it stood still on the 7th and began its transition into direct motion, which will be complete in May. Why is this so important? Even as this is not scripted and I had no intention of doing this tonight, is because Neptune represents what? Neptune is the governing planet of Pisces. Neptune is the governing planet of Pisces. And what did I say? Neptune, and it's all, you can see every kind of conspiracy, so I ain't off base. You can see every kind of conspiracy theory about how the symbolism of the worship of Neptune inside the Roman Catholic Church. The little weird ass hat the Pope wears on his head when he's doing ceremony is supposed to be a fish. A fish, hinting at the old pagan ceremonial worship of Neptune. His hat is a fish. There's all kind of fish symbolism right now in Roman Catholic ceremony and ritual. Because Neptune, if Jesus is the personification of the sun in the Piscean age, and Pisces is ruled by Neptune, and Neptune in E5 tradition and other traditions represents the unseen, the undiscovered, the mystical, deep secrets of the lower firmament of the ocean. And this is the underpinning of the Roman Catholic Church, of the practices of the Roman Catholic Church, of the ceremonies and the rituals of the Roman Catholic Church, the dual nature of the Roman Catholic Church to profess out of its mouth that it's loving and it's interested in peace and this and this and this and it. But at the bottom of its stank is the theft, the murder, the brigandage, the genocide of the ages. Of the ages, this is the dual nature. That out front, it is interested in peace and harmony and love, and it's the symbol and all of this shit. But underneath the goddamn Vatican is the catacombs of the murdered, is the catacombs of the Sibyls, is the hidden, 50 something miles of hidden catacombs of records and shit underneath the Vatican. That is the Olokun aspect of the Piscean age, the dark, deep, secret, hidden aspect of the Piscean age. And this planet, Neptune, that governs all of that deep, dark, secret history, mystical, secret societies, and all of that shit, is going to be completing its direct motion in May. Going back all the way 5 hours ago, what did I tell you was happening in May that we should all prioritize? Everybody who ain't Catholic, everybody who ain't Catholic, everybody who ain't Christian, everybody on earth should be prioritizing what's happening in May. What did I tell you was happening in May? And didn't even realize it was a connection until this moment. In May, the Pope is staging an international event in the city. I can't remember the name of the city. In the city that was Nicaea. The city that once was Nicaea under the Roman Empire. The city that was Nicaea, in May, the Pope is doing an international event honoring the 1700-year anniversary of the First Council of Nicaea. Is it a coincidence that he is choosing the period in time where Neptune, the god of the god, Neptune is the god of the Catholic Church. Is this a coincidence that he is doing this at the time that Neptune will be completely stationed direct? Same month. Same month. Celebrating the origin, the origin of the plague, the origin, the literal birth date of modern Christianity. That was consecrated how? In a 3-week closed door session of more than 300 spiritual leaders from the known world, from Asia, the Asia Minor, North Africa, and all over Europe, to construct what would be the beginning of an age of religious tyranny. That's what happened at the very beginning of the Piscean Age, the Council of Nicaea. It was like, what, the year 325 AD or something like that? That's what happened. And so he makes this announcement that I made to y'all in the very beginning before I got all deep in this shit about how he's going to do this massive freaking international ceremony. And I put that in the context of the fact that 2 years ago, he said the primary mission of the entire Roman Catholic Church, the globe over, is to re-evangelize the world. He said for the next 10 years, that is our priority, is to re-evangelize the whole world. Pope Francis said that. Pope Francis said that. You understand? And then he makes the announcement a few days ago, not even 3-4 days ago, makes the announcement that he is going to be holding a 1700-year anniversary of the very first Council of Nicaea. So, and Neptune is the god of the Roman Catholic Church, as Jesus's personification in Pisces, is the sun's personification in Pisces. So, yeah, I hope this was helpful. It was helpful for me. It helped me speaking it out loud and clarifying and like deep diving and epiphanies coming through these connections. You feel me? This was helpful for me. This was helpful for me. And I did not know that, Claudia Ancra. Claudia Ancra says that the Vatican has an observatory in Arizona. Whoa. That's interesting. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna leave y'all with now. I'm gonna try to be progressive at this late hour. I just spent 5 hours on here. It's shameful, but it was necessary. I ain't even gonna say it's shameful. It was necessary. I've been having like deep, profound breakthroughs, and my dreams are crazy. That's how I got on this whole 5-hour thing, is to be paying attention to your dreams. Do not be making light of anything that comes through in your dreams. Also, be open to waking dreams. I have been having, and I have never had waking dreams. I've never had waking dreams. I've never had like full on waking visions. That has been happening every day for the last 2 weeks. Full on, like, whoa, where the fuck did that come from? Full on waking dreams. So be paying attention to signs. Don't take anything for granted. Don't say, oh, that's just my imagination. Don't take anything for granted. Be still in the moment that you see something that's outside your realm of norm. Be still enough, even if it's just for a minute or two, to say, okay, what is this trying to teach me in this moment? What am I supposed to see? What am I supposed to see in this moment? I got another story I want to share with y'all, but I'm going to have to do it like tomorrow maybe. But I was sitting in here watching this Christian video. I don't even know why I stopped on it, because it was straight Christian. It was like two hardcore Christians. One is a medical doctor who is also a minister, and then there's a guy who runs this channel, and that's all he do is talk about Christian stuff. And it was like 2.5 hours long. Baby, let me tell you, that shit had me up in here in my feelings. I took so many notes yesterday on just an interview between these two Christians, a preacher and this dude who has this mission for this Christian channel. I took so many notes on this freaking, and I'm going to share it with you. So I'm going to do an official breakdown of this 2.5 hour interview that I saw with these two Christians yesterday that blew my mind. Blew my mind. Blew my mind. And so when I tell you, no matter what it is, because we have a way of blocking intervention. We have a way of blocking message. We have a way of blocking the mother's attempt to teach us something deep and profound. We do that. I have talked to y'all about that here, about how I've had several people stop following my channel because I'm reading this book, Beyond God the Father. And they've told me this is why they've stopped following. They have told me straight up, I will start watching your videos again once you get done with this book. I'm not interested in nothing no white woman got to say. And that's okay. That's okay. That's your position. You feel me? If you feel unsafe by me reading the book by a white woman, who am I to make you feel unsafe? Come back when I'm done with the book. Hopefully I'll be done with the book before the end of the year. But when I tell you that kind of shit, our nationalism, you understand? Our, our hardwired, rigid ideas for which we do not color outside those lines, even as we think we progressive, even as we think we done arrived at a certain level of understanding. So you ain't trying to hear shit else. That kind of shit, which is undialectic, that kind of shit, which is antagonistic to evolution, that kind of shit. And the mother controls the entire domain. She can speak through whoever the fuck she want and will. The problem in the block becomes is if we refuse to listen because the presentation from which she is speaking, we are at odds with. She governs the entire domain. What do they tell you about the quote devil? What do they tell you about the quote Lucifer? What do they tell you about quote Satan? What's the first thing they tell you? Which is why the Bible is always telling you, be not concerned with the things of the earth. Be not concerned with the things of the world. What do they tell you about Satan, Lucifer, the devil, whatever name they want to call the mother at any given time? Is that Satan owns and controls the earth. That say that earth is the domain of devils. That the earth is ruled by Satan. Isn't that what the Bible tells you? It's ruled by Satan. So who is Satan in the mind of the Christian church, in the mind of Hebrews, in the mind of Muslims, in the mind of Catholics? Satan is the female. Satan is a woman. Isn't that what I told y'all the Christian song was that I heard right here on the YouTube on a Christian network channel? Satan is a woman. Satan is a woman. The Baphomet with the black goat head. What's the Baphomet got? Titties. They just saying the quiet part out loud now. Satan is a woman. Lucifer is a woman. You feel me? And if that's the case, you feel me? That was the point I was gonna make. Shit. That's why the violence against the earth, by the way. That's why the violence against the planet. That's why the violence against the earth. That's why the violence against animals. That's why the complete separation from the suffering of the planet that even threatens to kill the aggressors against the planet is because the foundational thought in the Christian Bible is that the earth is the domain of the devil. And that's why you must keep your sights on heaven. The earth is the domain of the devil. And if you are in the domain of the devil, what becomes defined as the work of the good, as the representatives of the good of the Father, is warfare. You must make war with the earth because this is the domain of the devil. And if you do enough making war with the earth in the domain of the devil, in the domain of demons, in the principalities of evil and shit, all that are representative of the earth, then this is going to guarantee you riches in your afterlife, which is in heaven. Again, destroying the images and the vestiges of the mother under the dictatorship of a godhead, of a war god. The more war you can make, the more prizes you get. War becomes good. War becomes a necessary sacrament of your proof, sacrament and proof of your allegiance to the war god. And so, why did I get on that shit? I was talking about dreams. What was I talking about? Dreams and damn, I can't even remember. Somebody remind me what prefaced that shit. It was a point I wanted to make. Damn. Anyway, pay attention to your dreams this week. You understand? Oh, I was talking about these two Christians. And I was talking about, I just let the TV play and these two Christian dudes came up, and because I was making jewelry, I was like, fuck it, I'll just listen to what they got to say. And I ended up listening to the whole 2.5 hours of these two white boys on this TV. And the reason I listened was because the mother had something to say to me, even through these two hardcore Christian white boys. Yes, she did. She had a lot to say. She had a lot. When I tell you, Mom, it takes a lot to blow my mind. Sitting here listening to these two men talk stereotypical, old school, hellfire, brimstone, and damnation Christian jargon. And even through the madness of it, the mother was talking to me as clearly as I am talking to you. Can you hear between what's being said? Can you retrieve my essence even in your opposition? Can you hear me even in those who hate me? Because I run this shit. That's how I got on it. That's how I got on Satan, the devil, and all of that shit is the dominion of the earth. Because the mother is the Satan that they're talking about. The mother is the demon they're talking about. The mother is the Leviathan they're talking about. The mother is the Satan they're talking about, is the Lucifer they are talking about, that has dominion over the earth, for which the soldiers of God, the soldiers of Christ, must perpetually make war. To make war with the trees as mother, to make war with the ocean as mother, to make war with the earth as mother, to make war with the air as mother, to make war with children as a representative of the weakness inherent in women, to make war with female bodies, to treat female bodies as the accumulable spoils of war, as the prizes that you get for your commitment to fight just wars. They're saying this, the quiet part out loud, that the reason we feel no guilt when we harm women, the reason we feel no guilt when we harm children, the reason we feel no guilt when we harm others, the reason we feel no guilt when we destroy whole portions of the planet, the planetary ecosystem, is because we are clear through the directive of our Father God who is the enemy. Satan is the enemy. The devil is the enemy. The demon is the enemy. The legion is the enemy. And who is Satan and the devil and Lucifer and the legion and the demons and the principalities? It is the mother. The mother is the enemy of our God. Therefore, we must make war all the time with the enemy of our God. And I'm sitting here listening to these two men. And I'm like, and I even asked, I was like, why am I listening to this bullshit? Because they was like hard, them old school Southern hellfire and brimstone and damnation white boys talking. And I am telling you that it is true what they say in the Bible. That the what do they call it? The adversary. They call it the adversary. The adversary. The adversary. Isn't that interesting? The adversary is the ruler of this domain. The adversary is the ruler of this domain. The adversary does hold dominion over this realm. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. Even as they fight against themselves, because that's what they're doing. Even as they fight against themselves, as the outspoken heroes and soldiers of a war god, she still, dude, these two white boys on this motherfucking TV yesterday played them like puppets on a string. She said, listen not to what they're saying, baby. Listen through what they're saying. I still run this shit. Even as they talking this bullshit, even as they hate me, even as they are conditioned to hate me, this my shit right here. Even them. So she said, do not listen to them. Listen through them and see the evidence of me all over the place. So yes, I will continue to read Beyond God the Father. I will continue to read whatever I am pulled to, because I know that my mother is not going to place me anywhere where there is something she is not trying to teach me right away, in the moment, right away. I'll tell you one of the things that got me on this conversation. One of the things one of the white boy preacher said that stood out to me on this week that Neptune has stationed its direct motion. The preacher said, I don't really watch TV. I'm not really on social media like that. I don't find anything beneficial through these mediums. He said, but one day God told me to turn on the TV. That's what he said. He said, God told me to turn on the TV. And he said, when the TV came on, it was already on a movie. And so I didn't have any immediate obligation. So I sat down and began to watch this movie. He said, and when I turned on the TV and saw that a movie was already playing, and he sat down, he said, I asked God, what is it you want me to see in this? That's what he said. He said, I sat down here and started watching this movie. He said, okay, God, I'm open. What is it that you want me to see in this movie? He said, because the movie that was on, I don't remember the name of the movie. He said, because the movie that was on, that I just sat down, was like, okay, I'll watch this for a few minutes since I felt called to watch the TV. He said, that is nothing I would ever voluntarily watch. I mean, he said it was really violent. He was like, it was just a lot. He's like, that ain't no stuff I usually watch. He said, but in the few minutes that I sat there and watched, God revealed something to me. I said, okay. I said, okay. Because I used to get picked on all the time about how I had an analogy for every scenario from a movie. And people used to treat me like I was a weirdo because I had a moral or an analogy that I could extract from a movie to apply in the moment, right? I was like, damn, maybe I am a weirdo. Maybe I have been watching too much TV. And then, 20 years later, I am in my Elay in Ifa. I'm a devotee of Ifa, and I hear the chief priest, and she's 82 or so, and she talks about Obatala, the white light in your head, Obatala, the God of your head, right? And she said, despite programming, despite like, the whole culture that everybody's talking about, how music is programming you and how TV is programming you. She said that might be the objectives of man. That might be the objectives of the men who make these things. It might be their intention is to brainwash you and to, condition you and all of that shit. She said, but these things, the World Wide Web, music, television, and all of that stuff. She said, regardless of man's intention, she said, these all are the domain of Obatala. These are all the domains of Obatala. And she said, she talked about like the importance of like feeding your head and doing ritual to your head. The quote in Ifa, your first god on earth is your Ori. It is your head, right? And she said, if you do the rituals and all of this stuff to strengthen your Ori, you can watch these things that are programming everybody else. And Obatala will speak to you through these mediums. Obatala will speak through the madness and the intention and speak to you through these mediums, because this is shit. Those things that come into the consciousness, those things that come into your head through your eyes and through your ears, primarily. This is your skull, is the house of your Ori, which is the connection to Obatala. Obatala is the one that gives you the white light in your head. You feel me? And when she said that, I was like, I'm not a weirdo. There is a reason that my dad taught me, my Christian dad taught me to watch TV the way that I did. He was always dissecting movies. It didn't really happen like that. That's not true, right? That's not real, right? And I used to get so annoyed. And then I immediately started doing it when I became an adult, teaching my child how to watch TV and not to just receive things as they are, but to see through them. Still be entertained, but to see through it. You feel me? That's why I refer to movies so much, because I've always experienced that kind of deeper something that is hidden in there. So I've always had this relationship to music that I've had, because I've always felt something deeper than what's just being presented. And to hear this white boy Christian on here talking about a movie with like blood and violence and all of this stuff, and he could only watch for a few minutes, but he said I felt compelled to watch because I knew God had a lesson for me in it. That's what he said. He said, what do you want? He said he sat before the TV before turning it on and asked God, what do you want me to see in this? What do you want me to see with this? You feel me? And at the same time that I'm watching this dude talk about his Christian stuff, and they was talking about everything. And she said, even as conditioned and backwards and, antagonistic as they are, this is still my domain. The whole earth. This is still my domain. I still run this. And you who can hear me through any medium, any contact, if you are willing and open to see, if you are willing and open to hear, if you are willing and open to feel my presence in any space. That's why I talk about the reclamation of what is ours. The reclamation of what is ours is everything. Is everything in this domain, everything on this earth, every book written, every information, because she is the governess of this domain. She is the ruler of this domain. And whatever exists here belongs to us. Whatever exists here belongs to us. It is ours for the taking, to be able to translate in a way that we can win them back to her. You understand? I'm not telling you that tonight, Tajali, because I'm almost 6 hours in and I have shit to do. I've been playing games. This was necessary, but I got a lot to do. I couldn't afford to take a 6-hour detour on my day, y'all. But anyway, I will encourage you, because this is radical ass game that I done gave y'all. This is gold that I'm gonna put y'all on. This ceremony that we just walked through up in here. So much was revealed in this walk we just did, y'all. So I would encourage you to make a donation. Yancy, if you were on here, thank you for your donation. I would encourage you, make a contribution to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. We are starting in-person live services in the second week in January. Yes, make donations, and not out of sympathy, out of, damn, I really learned some shit today. I've never heard this anywhere. I've never seen these connections made between these seemingly unconnected things. Damn, she just really put us on. She just really watched. She just really allowed her to watch how the mother's unfolding occurs in real time while teaching and learning at the same time, or receiving downloads and making connections at the same time. This bitch just put us on. Make donations out of that. Like, this shit was a master class, because it was. Make donations for that reason. Like, I'm not begging when I say, if you feel compelled, make a contribution to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Because to support me is to support the erection of this temple, is to support the emerging genius of women in general and Black-skinned women in particular. That is my personal mission. That's my personal mission, is to create a space where the emergence of Black female genius can fucking flourish. And in order for that to happen, my genius unfolding has to be supported. It does. It does. And we've done it for so long, for so many other than ourselves. We've done it. So I've done it. I've done it for at least 3 men, and probably more like 4 or 5 in my few adult relationships. Supported somebody else's genius at the expense of the emergence of my own. This is the work. This is the work. Is to support the reemergence of the goddess, is to support the reemergence of the mother, is to support the radical takeover of the mother by the mother of her domain. And who is the mother if not manifest through the bodies of her daughters? Who is the mother if not manifest through the body of her daughters? So support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. For you who are tuning in on YouTube, somewhere on your screen, either the side or the bottom, you are able to send like super chats, like $1.99 or $2.99 or whatever. I think the most somebody's donated was like $29.99 or something like that. You can do a super chat. Which I prefer, if you want to make a donation that I receive right away, you can do that through Zelle, and the email attached to the Zelle account is EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. EvoEmeTemp, EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. If you want to make a donation through Cashapp, it is $DaughterOfTheFates, FATES. If you want to make a contribution via Venmo, it is Cassandra with 2 S's -Floyd, Cassandra-Floyd. Support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. This whole long thing that I just walked y'all through, this unveiling that I just walked y'all through, this is the work for the temple for some time. For some time. I have a lot of things planned for this coming year. One is to kick off the on-location temple services and temple studies that are going to be happening weekly starting the month of January. I am doing my annual couples mini retreat in February. I am doing in March, which started this past March, what is going to be an annual death, inception, and resurrection ceremony out in the desert. That shit was radical. Okay. And that death, inception, and resurrection ceremony is going to become the official initiation into the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. So the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence as an institution will have like layers of membership. There will be people who can just function as like basic members, attendees, devotees, if you would like. There's going to be an apprenticeship process that is going to be offered for people who want to do more within the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And then after the completion of the apprenticeship program, there will be an initiation. So the initiation will be the process of the death, inception, and resurrection, the death, inception, and rebirth ceremony, which is the ritual that we did on the spring equinox last year, or this past year. So, yes, Nur Allah, the dragon, is the mother. It is the primordial. It is the primordial beginnings of us all. The dragon of the great cosmic universe, the black primordial universe. And I'm saying all of this because, again, this is in part just about the call to support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And then you have the methods with which to do that. The other ways that you can support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence is to book a reading. So the full moon is in 3 days. Today is still the 12/12 portal. This is probably why I went on the deep dive that I didn't intend to go on, is we're right in this 12/12 portal. And this 12/12 portal is encompassing the portal energy of this last full moon of this year, of the year of the dragon, this last full moon of this year, which is on the 15th. Okay. So the 12/12 portal and the 3 days between the 12/12 portal and the last full moon of the year, the energy is big, especially since Neptune just kicked the doors in on this bitch. Plus Mars is in retrograde and Mercury is right now in retrograde motion. So it's a lot. 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 Plus almost a month ago, the biggest news of the entire decade, which was Pluto's reunion with Aquarius. So we in here. We all the way up in here. We ain't teetering on the edge no more. We all the way the fuck up in here. So get a reading. Book your reading. If you want to book a reading with me, it's the same email. It's EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. Evolutionary Emergence Temple. That's what it stands for. EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. Book a reading. That's another way you can support the temple's work. You can also book a complete wellness consultation. It takes 2 hours, and I give you a complete written breakdown of your diagnosis and your protocol in this whole wellness consultation. Book a consultation. And the last way that you can support is through my store. I have an Etsy store called it's Daughter of the Fates. So the website is DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. For the rest of this month, everything on my store, I have 289 unique pieces on my store. Everything on the store is 25% off from here until January 2nd. So, that's another way that you can support the temple work. Okay. So support, send a donation, purchase yourself something awesome and dynamic from my store, book a reading, book a consultation. And I think that is all for now. That is all for now. I have to make up my mind when what time I'm going to do another live tomorrow, because I'll be honest, I may not do another live tomorrow. You know what? I may not do another live for the rest of the week. I've got a lot going on. I have not been practicing, and I have my sitar jury on Monday. I have a sitar concert on Wednesday, and I have not been practicing because literally every minute of my day, as soon as my feet hits the floor, I'm either rubbing on people's bodies or trying to fill jewelry orders and shit. I just spent 6 hours doing a live. It was fun. I love doing this. I would do it all the time if I could, but this week I cannot get caught up this way. I may just do, if I do a live, it's only going to be a read. So even the shit I want to tell y'all about the preachers and what the mother had to say through the preachers, I just don't know that I can this week. It's just too much. It's just too much. I might just to keep my numbers up where my YouTube is concerned, I might just commit to being very disciplined first thing in the morning, doing 1 hour read so I can finish this book for sure, and then be done with it until my classes are over. That's the biggest thing that's riding my shit right now. And so maybe next week I'll pick up and try to tell you. I know, but the mother had something to say with them two white boys. It was so deep. I had so many notes, but I can't. So maybe it'll hopefully still be relevant in a week. I can tell y'all in a week what happened. And maybe then, after I'm out of classes and it's not something I have to worry about right away, I can go ahead and approach this breakdown of Wicked, because I got like 6 pages of notes from Wicked, 6 pages, and I ain't even done. So maybe that can happen. Yeah. Okay. All right. So good night. I love you all. Keep your conspiracies up. If you have emailed me about receiving the 2 conspiracies of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, the glorious conspiracy of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, and the what did I call it? The mother's conspiracy of justice and judgment conspiracy. And you would like to receive those, email me at EvoEmeTemp and I will email you those conspiracies, because we need to be speaking those conspiracies in the morning when our feet hit the floor, and at night before we go to bed. You feel me? Especially because this Pope that everybody loves, that's what came through tonight. He's trying to pull a jack move. He is trying to pull a jack move, and we have to be prepared to pull a counter jack move. So email me if you have not yet received the conspiracies, and I'll send those out. It won't be tonight, but sometime tomorrow. But I'll send those out. And in the meantime, may the mother speak to you in your dreams tonight. May those dreams be profound and empowering and emboldening. Okay? All right. That's all I got for y'all. I'll talk to y'all later.